What is up, everyone? What is up? How are you doing? Happy, what is this, Tuesday? I don't know. I forgot. Lost track of time. I've got a new toy today. I've got a new toy today. Someone getting a Facebook call. I'm tired of thinking I hear of someone getting a Facebook call. I forget Facebook does have Messenger and everything. I haven't used Facebook Messenger in God knows how many years. It is a nightmare of an app in privacy and security. Even when they added that encryption capability in there, and then they just bought WhatsApp and then shitified that. Turn down the volume there, turn up the volume here. So, yes. We have a new laptop. Look how small it is. Sup, vampire? How's it going? So we got a new laptop all the way from Germany. And I only opened this box enough just to make sure that it wasn't, messed up or anything. I haven't even unpacked this and seen it myself. So, hold on. Let me snooze the ad that rolled in because I was in the middle of using the bathroom when that happened. And before we do that, an energy drink. I love the fact that I have a little mini fridge down there. Got ourselves a little V8 energy drink. I forgot to change the announcement, but I changed the title at least. Over on Twitch, that is. All right, let's pound this, and then we're going to get into the MNT Pocket Reform. So, I do have another laptop coming in. This is not the only laptop I've bought. This one I paid for about a year ago. Now before we unbox it, let's talk about why I bought this particular laptop, as well as the run-up to this. So, for many years, I have had an affinity for netbooks. If you're not familiar with those, I'm trying to find... Shit. My other netbook is around here somewhere. One second. So I can give you an idea of where it started from. Because I've always gone back to netbooks for... there it is. It's on the desk. Alright. So back in the day, what originally got me on the idea of using a netbook regularly, this little guy here, as you can see. Linux, Tor, Dell Latitude, all that. This isn't the laptop we're talking about. This is basically what set me down this pathway. So many years ago, when you were buying a, you should rock a techno robe. What do you mean a techno robe? So many years ago, when I was a little kid, my first laptop was an IBM X20. Some of y'all will tell me there's older laptops, all that. But it was a nice little Pentium 3 laptop. I think it was like 12 inches or so. That's what she said, giggity. IBM X20. So we're going to give you a little bit of a background before we open up this laptop and get the presentation. Is app support a good specialty? It depends on what you're doing in that specifically. Oh, somebody's actually selling an IBM X20. But yeah, it's 12 inches. So the IBM ThinkPad series, this was what made me fall in love with the IBM ThinkPad. And I saw one again a few years ago at CES 2016 at the Lenovo booth. So you have the IBM ThinkPad. Let's see. The X20 was my first laptop. I had the Pentium 3 version. I was a hot rod. 600 megahertz, 128 megabytes, I remember I was rocking in that laptop. I think I had like a 10 gigabyte hard drive, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I was rocking a nice one. I think my dad got me the one with a 1024 by 768. It was a powerful thing. And I brought that to school because I was never good with writing things. Tell me you're neurospicy without saying you're neurospicy. So this was my first laptop. Now, back in the day, a lot of people used to have, I think Fujitsu made these mini laptops. Yeah, it was Fujitsu. Couldn't remember it. These little guys. They had all sorts of like miniature laptops, like this little life book over here. And it was a really great, era for like technology was getting smaller and everything. Well, eventually, getting back to my camera over here, I started out, as many of you know, learning a lot of the basics in advanced IT and cybersecurity by tinkering around with cryptocurrency, or specifically Bitcoin back in the day, because it was really the only thing. This was a laptop I put together originally to be a dedicated little laptop for that reason. And, threw Linux on it, had the local blockchains on it. I put a nice hard drive in there to, have Bitcoin and everything. And that served me well until I wanted something a little bit more portable, which is where this Google Nexus 7 tablet came in. Just so I can get my years right. I know I bought that, like, right when they came out. Let's see, Nexus 7 tablet. That came out in 2012. Yeah, that checks out. It's about 2012, 2013 is, I think, when I got that. And I wanted to be a little bit more portable. And I kind of went back and forth between this laptop as kind of cold storage and this tablet as like kind of, I was gonna, use cryptocurrency on the go. A lot of times what it was, when I say on the go, if you see right there, local Bitcoins, I was a person that was, selling my little amounts of crypto using that way. So I've always really liked the netbook form factor. Now, over the years, I've tried to create a portable laptop because, don't get me wrong, I like the Cubes OS laptop. This guy over here. This one, Purism Librem 14. But have you ever had that moment where you're just like, why do I need to lug around this big-ass laptop? Why do I need to, it's just a little bit much. You bring this out, you slam it on a table, you do your thing, and it's fine and dandy for that. But a lot of times you feel like you don't need a full-ass computer. You just need to open up maybe a Word document, a little web browser. You need to open up, terminal. You just need something to, have connectivity, do what you need to do, and then get on your merry way. And that's why a while ago, I tried dealing with two phones out here. If I can find where I put them on this desk, I need to clean my desk. It's been on my to-do for a while. So I got these two phones over here. With the idea of, hey, Jessica. Hey, Mario. We're showing off a new laptop soon. So after we went through the netbook and I fell in love with the IBM X20 and how small the laptop was and everything, I've been looking for a more everyday carry kind of laptop, or something that could at least be a little bit more portable and convenient for my basic usage. So that's when I started playing with the Purism Librem 5, and the idea around how that would actually turn into a computing device was that's a full Linux phone, and then I could easily plug it into this dock. I don't have the USB-C cable, but this device over here had a little magnetic mount. You can connect it up, USB-C. You got a full laptop, keyboard, and everything, and this doubled as an additional battery for it. This isn't a laptop. This just connects in as basically a wireless display and keyboard over USB-C. It works with a lot of different devices. The actual the neck dock itself is great. But the Purism Librem 5 was kind of a letdown. It was very expensive for what you were getting and everything, and this entire setup was pretty expensive. Now, to be fair, the laptop I'm going to show you is a little bit expensive in and of itself, but not nearly Librem 5 plus next dock prices. The other alternative I had was the Pine phone over here, and I added the Pine keyboard. It was a great value device, but the problem was that Linux on a phone just the phone and everything like that still needs to mature. That is my issue with it. So, I liked the idea around this. Do not get me wrong. I liked the idea. But then it wasn't that easy to use. Do I use Mac? No, I haven't been a Mac user in about 12 or 13 years. So then I found this laptop on Mastodon. This is from MNT. MNT is a research company out of Germany, if I recall Germany, maybe Austria. I think it's Germany. This is a completely open source laptop. Like, they have everything open source for this. Completely right to repair, and it's a full Linux device. So let's unwrap this guy and finally see, because I backed this project a year ago. And this is the MNT Pocket Reform. I picked the purple edition. It's a 7-inch little laptop here. Ooh, mechanical keys. This is my first time I'm actually opening this. This is my actual first impressions. This one, I believe, comes with an iMXM8 processor, but you can open it up and upgrade it. You can even put a Raspberry Pi compute module in here, apparently, from what I understand. These are extremely clicky. These are the Kale White switches. Trackball mouse over there. And this has a Raspberry Pi 2040 system controller. Completely open source, and this is solid. You hear that? That's aluminum. It's a little chunky, but this, I think, is like a great kind of like what I would call a cyber deck. It has a good amount of I/O for a small device here. We've got USB-C PD for power, USB-C as well for just connecting your other stuff. You probably can use both USB-C ports. We have a micro SD slot. I think this is a mini HDMI. And then it also has this port right here, which is an IX industrial port. What is that? That's Ethernet, baby. That's an Ethernet port. IX industrial. So it has Ethernet. You do need to use an adapter for it, which I did happen to pick up. I do have the instructions here. It does need a USB-C PD adapter. Here. Wait, no, that's not the adapter. Hold on. Let me grab the adapter for it. Yeah, I'm gonna be reviewing this device for a couple of weeks. I'll have my impressions video. Okay, I know I've had this just a second ago. Here. Well, the only bummer is these are not as common to use, but here we go. So IX Industrial on one end, Ethernet on the other. So they obviously had to do this for saving space. Now, the other nice thing about this, it's designed for you to open it up. So one thing I'll be doing, I probably won't be doing it on the initial stream. I gotta set up the dial out and everything like that. Is it does have room inside for an extra NVMe as well as a SIM card. And you know what that means, because we can add a SIM card. Let me make sure. Yep. We got a 4G modem over here. So I'm going to have this little laptop over here have a data connection from cell whenever I want, so I don't need to trust hotspots. And I'm also going to install the antenna on here. I'm going to add an NVMe SSD. for extra space, but I think it has like 32 gigabytes of NVMe space out the box. And got my eye. Does it have a camera? I didn't pay attention. It does not have a camera, but I'm not planning to use this for any video calls. I'm planning to use this just as a little device to do my tinkerings and stuff on the go. That's a nice looking device. This is actually really well designed. Like, I'm not feeling any burrs on the machining. It's got chamfered edges, so it's not sharp. It's got a headphone jack over here as well. You know I like my headphone jacks. But I can't get over the clickiness of this. Like, I don't know. Can you hear that? Let me see. I may have to turn the sound filtering off. Hold up. Let me turn the mic filters off. Filter. Turn off noise gate, suppression, and compressor. Alright. What do you think of that sound? What do you think of that keyboard? Just the sound of it. We haven't even turned this device on. Now, the only bummer that I have is I don't think I have a... I lied. I was like, I don't think I have a micro HDMI. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. My question is... do I still have it connected to the other capture card? Okay, so I do have a micro HDMI. So eventually I can show you all that. But tonight, we are going to at least plug this in. And see what we think of just the initial boot and everything. Which one is the power? Doesn't have any LEDs to tell you the response. Okay. Oh, okay. My Pine Power is registering 5 volts, so the top one is the charger. Now the instructions... Yep, this is the mini laptop, Hans, the one I've been talking about for an entire year. Okay, so there's shortcuts in here. Okay, so there is a middle button and everything. I'm gonna have to get used to how this does. Okay, so yeah, I could have probably just read the instructions to know where the USB-C PD is. To turn on Pocket Reform, hold Hyper and Enter for more than 2 seconds. Okay, it's not turning on. Hold on. It may just need a charge for a while, to be honest. I've heard a lot of people saying it needs to charge like the first time you get it. Alright, so let's see. And remember, these are like version 1.0 for early backers, so there is a chance I might have to do some firmware updates. MNT Pocket Reform not turning on. Using about 5 minutes initially when it suddenly shut itself off. Turning on MNT Pocket Reform. Did you flip the hidden switch on the... You still need a pointy... You'll need a small pointy thing. There's a slit. If you look carefully, you'll see a small switch, which you should be pushed upwards to switch power to your board. Then you should be able to access the OLED menu. Wait, what? Okay. This is why we have the iFixit kit. Oh, there's a little slit over here. Okay. Oh, yep, I saw a flash. There we go. So there's a little OLED screen over there where the little light up is. And she's on! This is so cool. We're all booting this laptop for the first time together. Okay, so it's got, I think, Debian pre-installed in it, and I'm a basic bitch that loves Debian. That screen's nice! Look at that! Look at that! I think this is a 1080p screen in this little 7-inch. It's nice. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is a good quality screen. Like, no joke. I don't think this camera's going to do justice. And this isn't the only cool thing. Is that a cyber deck? Technically, yes, but this is the MNT Pocket Reform. This is a laptop that I backed over a year ago, and I'm hoping this could actually be the laptop I've always been dreaming of. I've been tinkering with Pine phones and the Librem phones and trying to, you know, hack together a device that made perfect sense for me. All right, let's... Ooh, that trackball is nice. I'm going to have to get used to the keyboard layout. Interestingly, as small as it is, like, let me just put this in perspective. This actually feels, for as small as it is, a pretty comfortable experience, and my God, my fingers are getting little orgasms typing this. I'm just gonna scream because it was off camera. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Select your keyboard. Your key US. Okay, so the way this works is you got left click, right click, and then you have one button to hold like the scroll wheel so you can use the trackball. This is giving me really nostalgic vibes. Okay. I want to make sure I'm on the right one. So we did have to flip up the switch, which... Okay, they do mention that. Okay, turn it on using a... You know, it probably helps if I read the instructions before I do this. Alright, so sorry I haven't been looking at chat. I've been geeking out over this. So the MNT Pocket Reform keyboard layout. Oh, it's got 2 layers of firmware, so you can do any macros you want. Ooh, I'm gonna have to play with this a little bit more. I gotta ask, what is the Your key? Your key MNT Pocket Reform. Alright, so we'll just move on. I can probably change that later. Choose my time zone. Obviously, I'm not in Berlin. I am going to have to get used to this little keyboard. God, this is so satisfying. You can select your different desktop. Let's get that to focus there. So, I don't think it's going to let me. This is part of the reason why I'm getting a different camera soon. It's got Wayfire and Sway, which is Sway is a tiling desktop. I can switch that later. All right, we got to set up my root password. This keyboard is seriously one of the most satisfying ones I've ever had, period. Desktop or otherwise. Wait, this keyboard layout's a little bit different. So I'm trying to figure out... Exclamation. Trying to figure out all the special symbols like the exclamation, the question mark. Oh no, I see the question mark. The dollar signs and all of that. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Okay, so they do have a little handbook over here. I should probably read this. It's in a PDF. Can you use a YubiKey for the root? You probably could. I'm not doing it right now. Okay, so these buttons are space. Okay. Layout is based on and can be activated on... okay. So the keyboard is your key. I see. So the function lets you do the euro, pound, umlauts, all of that. And this is a 60-key keyboard, by the way. This is an ARM CPU. I'll have my other laptop that has an x86 coming in a couple weeks. It's currently being assembled also in Germany. I didn't plan on it being that way, but both of my laptops are German. That's right. The Jewish cybersecurity guy got German laptops. Y'all can make whatever jokes you want about that. I did not see that coming, or something like that. I don't know. Either way. They're not that. These are good people. Let's make that very clear. What's the best CPU that you can put in it? Currently the RK3588, which I eventually want to get, but the current RK3088 has an issue that you can't, what's the word? You can't, it doesn't have built-in Wi-Fi, so you have to put the Wi-Fi card in where I'm putting the cell phone, modem. So, that's the only drawback. I can change this later. You know, this is like actually so clicky you can hear it through the mic apparently, at least with the meter. Please give this computer a name. What do I want to name this laptop? I'll be back later. Loki reminds me of an early Vio kind of. Yeah, like early 2000s laptops were kind of a mix of portability and everything. Like, they weren't these monstrous laptops that we have today. It's kind of funny that way. Oh. Oh, you set your root and account password as two different things. So... Alright. We'll call this Mini Chief Geek 3D. Username. This is going to take me some getting used to with the format, but it feels pretty comfortable for the device as it is. All right. Now, let's set that up. All right, it's doing its little setup. Authenticate into Mini Chief Geek 3D, and then I'll show you. Now, I'm gonna have to like play with this for a couple of weeks before I get into making the YouTube video for it. And now we're logged in. All right. Let's plug in the Ethernet cable. Where did I put that IX cable? Here it is. I dropped my freaking... Okay, so it is charging right now. It's at 20% battery. They send them basically dead, from what I understand, for obvious reasons. Everything on this laptop's pretty much open sourced, so you can get many different parts for repairs and all that. LED keyboard, yeah. LED mechanical keyboard. You get laptops that are twice the size of this that don't even have a mechanical keyboard. Apple is not the most secure nor private. Out of the box it is. Let's put it this way. Why do you think a lot of corporations use them? I mean, you can fight me on this, but the reality is there's a lot of people in cybersecurity that know it is. Yes, you can get more secure private, but not out of the box. Yeah, it arrived. Give me a sec. I gotta plug this in. Where is my... There it is. See, this is the one annoying thing, is I am gonna have to unplug one of my Ethernet cables to get this in. Yes, it has Wi-Fi, but I want to check the Ethernet capability with this. So give me a sec. Let's see. Let's unplug the yellow cable. Okay, that should be plugged in. It seems to charge rather fast, but it's going at 20 volts and 1.3 amps for charging. All right, we got our Ethernet cable with IX Industrial. Ooh, it clicks! All right, we've got circling, so it sees the connection. We are now established on Wi-Fi. We got the Wi-Fi. Not Wi-Fi, but... All right, so... Cool. All right. What the hell just dropped? I really need to move all the devices out of here. And you can't put a VPN on Apple either. Yeah, you can. And I think... what does a Tor app mean? Like, what? Who the hell cares about Tor on most of your average devices when most of y'all are literally doing the same exact shit? Tor, just like VPN, doesn't make a difference unless you change your behaviors. All right, let's do sudo apt update. No, it's not a touchscreen. I'm not a fan of touchscreens anyway. God damn it. You know what's annoying? Is because I can't see... There we go. Where the, punctuations are when you do the secondary function. I can't, remember where they are off the top of my head. Alright, let's get this updated. There we go. All right, yeah, so it is running Debian. It looks based on the repos that are pulling in right now. MNT has their own repositories. So it is pulling from MNT. I wonder if it does the firmware updates through it. You can set up DNS and all that stuff. Tell me you've never used an actual iPhone. Okay, so it's got plenty of updates we need to grab. 458 updates. That's going to take a second. I say that as we are finally getting Jamf. Jamf is pretty nice. How powerful of a PC would I need to have to run a Windows VM on Linux to play games like Valo? You mean Halo? You can play Halo. Oh, you mean Valorant? You can't run Valorant in VM because of the anti-cheat bullshit they have. Pick a more ethical game. Do you think the transition to their MCPUs improved or weakened their security? It's indifferent. The CPU doesn't really change the security model, and I think, what was it? If I'm not mistaken, the M1, they actually found hardware-specific flaws, if I'm not mistaken, in those that can't be updated. Apple doesn't have a fingerprint that even Android old... Who cares? You're talking to a guy that still uses a PIN code because with biometrics, there's more legal protections with the PIN code. You're really grasping at straws here, buddy. You can, so many policies. Oh yeah, Jamf has a ton of policies. Are you sure you want to install or upgrade? Don't match NVIDIA's card with the Nouveau driver. That's a weird thing. It was the hardware flaws in M1, I remember now. Yeah. Now, to be fair, x86 has also had their share of hardware-related flaws and everything. The CPU itself doesn't necessarily make it more secure or insecure. Yes, there are, like, secure enclaves, things like that. I know that. But you can find hardware flaws in pretty much anything because they're designed by humans, and humans are fallible. The human is the weakest point of any system. Like, I can build you a Fort Knox server room with, you know, all the trimmings of what you would want in the most secure software. But I will tell you, 9 times out of 10, or even 99 out of 100 times, what fucked up your security and got you compromised was a damn dumb human clicking on the wrong thing. This is going to take a minute because there's a lot of updates. Now what I'm seeing, Control-Shift-T. Oh, nope. I can't do tabbed browsing in Xterm. That's a bummer. I'm going to have to play with this a little bit more to get all the apps I want. What params have this laptop? Are they going to make a RISC-V version? They don't need to make a RISC-V version of the laptop. You can upgrade the internals of the laptop. It's designed for right to repair, sustainability, and upgradability, and all of that stuff. So, you don't have to worry about that. So, I can actually upgrade the CPU in this by buying a new ARM board. They sell them on there. Now, let me see. Do we have NeoFetch in here? I'm going to have to get used to this keyboard here. Okay, NeoFetch is not in here. We're installing a bunch of other shit. So... let's see. Let's open up HTOP. Okay, so we got 4 CPU cores in here, 8 gigabytes of memory. Yep, I think this is the IMX8M Plus CPU, which is a decent CPU. They have the 8 gigabyte version. Now, the interesting thing is that, unless I'm mistaken, it's the same CPU as in this Purism Librem 5. The thing that pissed me off with this is this only had 3 gigabytes of memory. This has 8, so I can at least use it for a lot more of my things that I want to do. And it feels quite snappy. Could we get a screen cam? 1 second. I have to make sure this cable's plugged in. Hold on. You stay there, Pikachu. Give me 1 second to make sure this Yep, it's a good thing I checked. That capture card... oh, it is plugged in. Okay, give me 1 second. Got an Elgato card over there. Hold on, it's got a micro HDMI. Oy. Let's see. Oh, hold on. That was not what I meant to do. I hit the wrong button. Okay. So, 1 second. HDMI 2. Switch from the Live Gamer Duo to... okay, we got a black screen over there. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is working. I just got to figure out how to mirror the screen. 1 second, because she's doing a lot. with a lot of updates. As you can see, we're still only halfway with updates. Yeah. So we've got 2 screens set up, so this is capable of multiple monitors. That's good to know. I like how it snaps in with the GUI. It's going to take a second to update. All right. Let's open up. Hold on. I got to figure out where the display option is. Got Firefox in here. Appearance, interface. Nope, that's not the menu I was looking for. I have a feeling it's bringing it in with some updates. Apple still collects data, for example. Yeah, Apple... Okay, here's the reality. Even your basic Linux operating system can collect data on you. Like I said, you're grasping at straws. User tech, why don't you go and touch some grass and then get in touch with reality and realize there are actual experts that will tell you out of the box, the iPhone and all that is the most private thing. And if your argument is really, it's collecting data on, analytics and all that when it comes to just how you're using the device. Yeah. Go pick up every Android phone. Everything collects data on you. Even your local unhoused guy going through your trash knows more about you than your doctor. That's a good way to put it, Kara. Any data can be collected. Yeah. You're using Firefox? Data's being collected on there. You're using Google Chrome? Data's being collected. You're even using Chromium? Data's being collected. The reality is, if you're connecting to the internet, data is being collected. Okay, so I noticed with Debian, they did some customizations here. So you have to double click things a little bit more so you don't have accidental clicks. I actually like that. We're going to give this a second to just go through and do its updates and everything, because I have a feeling it's going to be pulling in updates. Chrome crashes on Linux. That might be your computer. Just being honest. Other than your Fox is on fire. We're going to give this a second to do the update. It's got quite a few updates to pull through. You're stressed out? What you stressed out about? So why does Apple say that Apple equals privacy, which isn't really true? Okay. Do us an experiment to understand why we say Apple's the most private phone. Put both your average Android phone and an Apple iPhone on a network with a firewall with logging. Watch how you're going to have megabytes of data collected just for analytics with your Android sitting idle versus kilobytes on the Apple device. And a lot of the data that's being collected is basic telemetry. Like, okay, what when you're connecting to the App Store, what app are you downloading and installing? Looking at your country's political landscape. Yeah, it's a bit boned. How private are the Linux phones? The Linux phones are very private. They're just not usable for the average person. The Linux on a phone, a full Linux device, is still very clunky. It still has a lot to go in the ways of optimization and stuff like that. And there's a reason why I still recommend people, if you want a Linuxy experience, go get an Android. If you're in Europe, consider a Fairphone with EOS. If you want to not buy a US thing, But if you do want a more private, secure phone, you can get a Pixel phone with Graphene OS. What's the name of the game? Well, by just saying the game, I lost the game. But right now we are playing with my new laptop. Why my RDP was on? I don't know. Did you turn it on? Been running Ubuntu 3 months, Chrome only, oh snap, once. Did you, like, use a snap package for it? No, wait. Oh yeah, Ubuntu it. So here's a dumb question. The SIM card you purchased, does that have to be connected to a data plan in order to connect? Yes. Is the KB of data going to Apple just raw data or stored specifically? May not be asking this right. It's going to Apple. It's going to Apple directly. All data, all computers that are connected to the internet do collect data on you. Linux is one of the only ones that out of the box gives you the option if you want basic data sent back. And most of the data on the Linux box that they're asking for is just troubleshooting, bug reports, things like that. Windows is by far the worst. Apple isn't so bad. What ISP are you using? A shitty one. Woohoo! Updates are done. Okay, so display settings, MNT pocket reform. And if I'm using a SIM card, I would use a prepaid one. I recommend for a lot of people that want to tinker to possibly look at like T-Mobile's not too expensive. Not T-Mobile. Mint, which is T-Mobile backend. Okay, so we are on Wayfire. Okay, Linux console basics. That's not what I needed. Second display, MNT pocket reform. I want to say that if you guys need data-only SIM cards, the Google Fi is awesome. They're okay, but Google Fi doesn't work optimally on non-Android devices. They're great. Don't get me wrong. They're great. I have a phone with Google Fi. Where the hell is it? Is it possible to plug this workstation for point 3? Okay. Ears and PR to be docked most of the time. At home, would be satisfied that docking is seamless. One computer is getting... Okay, blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Mirror... Display MNT pocket reform. I'm gonna have to play with this a little bit more. All right, let's reboot the laptop. How many displays out can the laptop do? Just one. It has only one micro HDMI port over here. It's got two USB-C, one for charging, one for just regular USB-C stuff, so you could put a hub in here and get a keyboard and mouse with more space. Then the Ethernet is through IX Industrial over here. No USB-C video output? I think it does. I just haven't played with it. Remember, I just got this laptop, so bear with me. Okay, the icons did switch after the update. File manager, system monitor. It does have Bluetooth in here. That's interesting. Okay. So it is using pulse audio for the subsystem. I mean, for the sound system. Where the hell would... QT5. I like the fact that it's got dark mode out the box. More people need to have dark mode by default. Wait, what's foot? Don't know what that is. Okay, but Xterm is open up. Which phone is the most private and secure? Tin cans and string. Micro HDMI splitter. You probably could do that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play with this laptop a little bit more. Oh, this actual screen is 1920 by 1200. Interesting. Okay. Wasn't Droid like a Motorola line of products? Yeah, the, Droid phones definitely were. Anything is possible to hack. Yeah, pretty much. Anything is possible to hack. Absolutely. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Okay, so... display settings, MNT, pocket, reform, Wayfire. Alright, so the... okay. Open it. Oh, it's got key combos to actually show... okay. That was interesting. I had to unplug the USB-C PD and plug it back in because I think it needed to renegotiate for the handshake. My favorite is the guy on YouTube that slams one master lock into the other. Is that McNeely that did that one? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, so that's cool. There is a way to run the external display out here. You can use sway message to control. Yeah, I'm gonna have to read this a little bit. Oh, this is different. Okay, I could install GNOME. So they don't have GNOME or KDE Plasma out the box, because as they're saying, we don't ship either the big desktops as they require a lot of resources, and we want to keep our system minimalistic, but here's how you can install them yourself. Simple apt install command. So I could do that. Okay. But I'm actually really loving this. This is great. Wait, I need LibreOffice. Do I have LibreOffice? I do not. Sudo apt install Libre. I gotta get used to this keyboard. It is a little bit small, but it's a small device, so... Alright. Oh, this is 128 gigabytes? Hold up. Let's open up disks and see how much space this has out the box. Yep. So it's got 128 gigabytes in here using eMMC. Hold on. Let me show that. It's better to buy one Apple device or lots of old Android devices. What kind of question is that? All right, so we opened up the disks manager. Out the box, 128 gigabytes of eMMC, it looks like, is inside of there. And then we can also add an NVMe SSD in here. So we're going to actually crack this open in a second. Yes, you can put an NVMe in here, as well as an extra M.2 card for a cell modem or whatever you want. Like maybe you want to add another wireless card. So like, for example, you could put 2 wireless cards in here if you want and use this kind of like a Kali Net Hunter device, and then put 1 wireless card in promiscuous mode, always do the thing, and then have it connected to the network, and then just sit there and just transmit it wherever you want. Or you could have it connected in... I haven't played with the Wi-Fi card that's built into the iMX8M Plus. Okay, so we have Firefox out the box. Just checking the version of Firefox. 135 on AMD 64. I mean, ARM 64, not AMD. All right, so... I'm really impressed with the quality of this device. Like, the biggest complaint I had so far was the packing peanuts it was shipped in, and that how small the keyboard is. But it's a small device, so I can't really knock that, because at the same time, it's one of the nicest feeling keyboards. Like, I was ready to use the Pine 64 little device over here. These are mushy membrane keys. Whereas this is clicky. This makes the endorphins jump. Okay, so we're installing LibreOffice right now. It does take a second. Eventually, I do want to get the RK3588 CPU upgrade in there. I'll show you the upgrades and stuff they have. So you can actually buy this from MNT Research yourselves. You just go to MNT.RE. This is an extremely open source company, to the point that they have Amiga GPUs you can upgrade yourself. But you want to see how open source they are. Hold on, if I can see them. Mastodon is their only social media. I found out about this company through Mastodon. They're not on Twitter. They're not on Blue Sky. They are extremely open source first. They have a whole bunch of different devices here. So the MNT Reform, just so you're aware, is $850. Now, bear in mind, they come with a different CPU than what I came with, because I'm one of the early backers. I got an iMX8M Plus. They don't offer that, apparently, after this. You can get it in purple or black. You can get the A311D, which is okay, or you can get the RK3588, which is eventually when I want to upgrade to. I want to get the 32 gigabyte RAM version with 256 gigabytes of storage. And as you can see, you can take this entirely apart. But the only reason I haven't gotten the RK3588 is the current version they have requires me to add a Wi-Fi card because the IMX8M Plus has one built into the actual system on a chip that you install. $850 for the DIY, $900 fully assembled. So last I spoke to them a couple months ago about this, they were going to have a new version of the RK3588 eventually that allows them to have the Wi-Fi built in, and then I can still have the cell modem that I actually bought for it. So you can see, they actually give you the drawbacks. They even list a drawback as being binary DDR and GPU firmware. But they also say you can do OpenGL 3.1 gaming, CAD media work with it. You can also use the Raspberry Pi Compute Module 4, which is the Amlogic 311D. Yep, that's a pretty nice device. I like this. I really like this. So let's see. Does LibreOffice work on this boy? We are launching LibreOffice! A little bit warm on the back, I will say that. But to be fair, she's been crunching a lot of stuff. But overall, the keyboard's cool. I think this is where all the magic is happening. And there we go. Full-on LibreOffice for my document writing needs and everything. All right, now let's shut this bad boy down for a second. And I may have to update the firmware possibly on the device, because I noticed when I turned it off, it didn't send power to the actual device. Yeah, she gonna get a little toasty. It cooled down pretty quick. Like, now it's just a lukewarm. It's not a that's uncomfortably warm. Oh, that's nice. They actually give you flashing system image, the reform tools. Oh, you have a migrate command, so you can move the OS migration from microSD card to NVMe or eMMC flash. They even have how to run x86 software. They got a lot of information in this guide. Okay, so here looks to be the layout. The top half has the system controller, CPU, the hub, the keyboard controller, which is a Raspberry Pi 2040, and then you have the actual keyboard here. They did a lot to document this. They even tell you the batteries are in here. 3D printed SLA battery holders on the backside. Bottom back cover. They have a mock-up of the motherboard over here. So, as you can see, it's got a upgradable slot over here. So let's... Yeah, that cooled down pretty quick. She's cool. Alright, so system controller is a Raspberry Pi 2040. It's got a USB 3.0 hub. Oh, they even tell you what audio DAC is in here. They have a little amp in there. So it's a Texas Instrument TLV 320 AIC 3100 audio DAC. I'll have to look that up later. It's probably no Cirrus, but it'll do. All right. Powering the individual rails. They really went into this to document it. I'm really impressed with their documentation. Hold up. If the system controller is quote-unquote bricked, you need to flash it from another computer. So you can fix this using another computer. That's nice. Expansion ports with quick. So the processor module. So this one has a Wi-Fi Bluetooth chipset, IMX8M+, 8 gigabytes of LPDDR4. Okay. Yeah, I'm really impressed by how, okay, it does have an RGB backlight. Press the hyper key and roll the... Oh, I can change the color. I'm gonna have to do that. It's got all the LGBTs. Wow, they really even document the ball. Look at that. Tells you it's a 15mm palm ball. They got really detailed in this device. I don't think I've ever looked at any single computer that has had this much documentation since the early days of Apple. This really gives me warm fuzzies. This is how computing used to be. Anyway. We have the iFixit toolkit. Let's crack her open. So while I'm doing this, oh, thank you for the follow. Who followed? Oh, Daddy. What's up? So I like the fact that they're using regular Phillips screws, because I feel like a lot of people use Torx and stuff to just get you to not deal with it. What's up, proletariat? How you doing? We got my new little mini laptop here. Look at this guy! Full mechanical keys, fully open sourced. Apple didn't offer USB-C phones until they were slapped for on the hand for proprietary. So, if I can offer a controversial opinion, physically, I prefer the Lightning connector over to USB-C. Physically. I'm not going to talk about like, oh, I like the fact that Apple only puts USB 2.0 over it. That's still bullshit. But I feel like the Lightning connector being a solid connector that just fit into a hole, rather than a USB-C that is this floating little piece in there, I feel like the Lightning connector is physically better. Physically. It was just as reversible, but it was also a solid piece that was less likely to break. I'm a cybercrime investigator. I'm looking to upgrade my field laptop, which is better, Framework 13, AMD 7040, or ThinkPad X1. Well, give me 1 second. We can look at the ThinkPad. I have my own laptop coming in for my cyber work and all of that stuff for when I need something a little bit more oomph than this. Okay, the tolerances on this are tight. I have all the screws out, I think, and she still don't want to pop. 1 second. Let me just pop this open, and then we can take a look at the laptop thing. Let's get a little guitar pick over here. It wants to go. It's just also tight. Like, I can kind of feel it, like, doing that little wobble dance. I don't want to slam this that hard. For obvious reasons. All right. Wow, that is a beautiful setup. Look at that. So you have your i.MX8M CPU. To be honest, it would have been nice if they added some kind of a heat sink to it to dissipate heat, or at least, you know... Oh no, I'm an idiot. Haha. They have copper on the back, attached to these thermal pads. I'll just shut the fuck up right there. Oh, the antenna is built in right here for the Wi-Fi, 2.45 gigahertz antenna, right at the top near the headphone. Nice. Looks like you have a battery disconnect. Okay, so right here is the NVMe slot, and down here is the cell phone modem slot. I am going to need a couple of screws, because okay, so one thing I will ding them on. It's a very, very tiny thing. Literally. There's no screws for the M.2. I would have liked to see them include that in there. That way you now don't have to go running out and buying an M.2 screw set. So, the complaints I've had are very minor. So far, they use peanuts in the packing. It's not using M.2 screws. And what was the third one I complained about? I know there was a third thing I complained about. It was also a minor thing. Oh, so they have a USB port in here for diagnostics and stuff. This is a really well-designed computer, I'm being honest. Okay, so right up top here, just so you can see I wasn't joking. Let me get that in frame. You see where my index finger is? I don't think I can get that focus. That's where you put your SIM card. So like I said, it was designed so you could even attach a cell modem in. So I do need to get some M.2 screws to get it to do what I need. But also the thermal pad is why it didn't want to pop out. It was kind of pushing against that. So the CPU itself is on this daughter board over here. So you see the two little notches there that look like they're little laptop RAM pins? That's how you upgrade the CPU. So that's why I say this is designed for right to repair as well as sustainability. You just get a new module, and this module format is an open source format. They just have their own versions that work a little bit better with, you know, running everything, because if I'm not mistaken, this ribbon cable over here is probably feeding into a display of some sort. But overall, really, really clean, sleek device. I love it. That's a work of art. I'm being honest. I'm just fanboying right now. This is definitely shaping up to be the little laptop of my dreams. Can you make calls with it? Once I get the actual modem in, yes. All I have to do is add dial-out privileges to the user and then install an application to do the actual dialing. And how do I know you can do that on Linux? Well, simple. I've already had Pureful Linux phones. All I have to do is install the same apps. And I'm pretty sure people in the community are talking about that. So, yeah. Okay, so now let's make sure... Okay, so that is kind of annoying, is I don't know what orientation I'm supposed to, put the case in. Okay, no, it's supposed to be this way. They should have some arrow markings, in my opinion, to tell you which direction to drop it in. Now, here's what I'm curious about, is let's look back at the CPU module. Wow. I was just flipping through. You need a SIP client for 3CX? There's plenty of SIP clients on Linux. What do you think runs most of those SIP servers? So this has thermal sensors in the charger board. They really designed this. You can tell this is definitely German engineered. Wow, they even have trackball cleaning steps over here. Okay, anyway. OLED module, keyboard. Okay. The Wi-Fi Bluetooth chipset. Is that what we're cooling? Okay, yeah, this is a really nice laptop. I'm a very happy boy. So, what was the one person asking about laptop comparisons? Framework 13, AMD, or Lenovo ThinkPad? So, the Framework will probably be easier to repair, but the ThinkPad's probably going to get better service in terms of the, whatchamacallit. See, I hate this shit. Hold on. I hate whenever it does this captcha shit. Oh. It's because I forgot the VPN was on when I was trying to test out some, I was trying to put myself in a different geographical area to see what it would respond in some tests, but yeah. Okay. So, the Lenovo ThinkPad X1, what's the current one they have today? Because the problem is, with any laptop, they have tons of different ones. There we go. So, you got the Intel, so they're all Intel. God damn! Copilot, oh, that's why. Fuck Copilot. Let's see, you got Gen 11 and Gen 12. Why is Gen 12 cheaper? So you got the 2-in-1s as well. Alright, so 11 Pro, 16 gigs. Probably go for the 32 gig version. That's not bad at 1611. Then, hold on. I'm trying to see, do they have... They have a premium warranty service, and that's where Lenovo really does shine. So this Premier Support Plus, it is worthwhile, yada, yada, yada. You can get up to 5 years of warranty. So the advantage of the Premier Support is they will come to you for the repairs. Probably helps if I show my screen. So the difference between Framework and a Lenovo is Lenovo will do the repairs for you and cover the hardware for several years. Framework, you can repair it yourself. So it's more a matter of what you're willing to do. But all in all, if it's a business laptop, I'd probably lean towards the Lenovo because of the Premier Support package. That's just my 2 cents. I've honestly liked Lenovo for many years for a lot of different laptops. I don't buy them anymore, but that's because I've gone down the rabbit hole of specialized laptops and equipment, as you can tell. What are you asking for? If you have any recommendations of what's better than those two, I'm open to that as well. Honestly, Lenovo's great. I normally recommend most people to the, T or even P series, just because they're a nice balance. The X series is fine. But yeah, the Lenovo is probably the best bang for the buck you'll get as a business computer. Now, if you're dealing with government contracts, just bear in mind, they won't allow Lenovo because Lenovo is a Chinese-owned company. And if that's the case, I'd probably look at a Dell, like an XPS. which are also good ones too, and they do have a comparable Premier support warranty. Reduce the liability on yourself for repairs. Yeah, that's why I like Lenovo. Opinions on LG Gram laptops. LG is just very hard for me to get behind. I don't know what it is about them. Well, LG is definitely not a company I would be doing business stuff on. So this is where Dell and Lenovo really shine. And HP for that part. They do have that, but I'm not a huge fan of a lot of HP's hardware for the past few years. The reality is that when you are in a business, downtime is what matters more than anything. So if you have a device that needs repair, okay? Think of it this way. Your LG goes down. You got to send it in. Your HP, Dell, or Lenovo goes down. You get the Premier Support warranty. They will have a tech out to you often next day. The worst case scenario I've seen is when one prior business owner I used to do IT for had a little bit too much tequila down in Cancun, and they had to depot the laptop, but they got it back to their hotel room, I think, within 2 days. That was like 6 years ago, I think, give or take. So that's where Lenovo really shines, as well as HP and Dell. They are designed for businesses to have quick turnaround. The issue with Framework or any other laptop, in a business sense, is you have an issue, you now have to either order the part, diagnose it yourself, things like that. And a lot of people enjoy that. But for a business, time is money. That money, that time is better spent working on the business stuff. ROG's Zephyrus G16. Oof. Not a fan of Asus laptops. They make okay hardware, but Asus and MSI really shit the bed with laptops. Where's the screen, and is it really good? Okay, so this is how you turn it on. This is really cool. You have to hit FN, you have to hit the hyper key, the bottom left key, and then enter. And then you get this little OLED screen. I'll have better video and everything of it for this. Oh, you can reset the USB? I can check the battery status from here. Oh, that is nice. The batteries are off balance. I think I saw somebody talking about this. What about hobby pen test lightning personal laptop? I mean, you at that point, I'd probably be looking at something like a System 76, a Tuxedo computer, which I will be showing off my Tuxedo computer in the next few weeks. I'm just getting it built right now. Okay, I do not like... I think I need... Hold on. MNT pocket reform. Not charging. Correctly. Cannot charge if powered up. One is Anker, and one will only start charging when the pocket is off. Do you have the Lenovo charger on hand? My charger block from Crowd Supply came with ThinkPad X1. Let's chip is not detecting the connection to the charger when the pocket is turned on because the USB-V bus on the pocket side is powered on by default. Okay. Not even the charging LED. Towards the headphone jack. I was also LED for charging is not on. Got too low. I would leave a charger plugged in. Power on the side. Open up the back display to disconnect the two batteries. Okay. Some people did get faulty boards. It's a manufactured product, so things can happen. But mine is one of the later batches, so who knows? Powered off. Do y'all think I might get an overnight charge from a 2? Needs some firmware improvement. Current state machine wants at least 6-volt charging and otherwise ends up in an off loop. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some tinkering with this. Working on my, coding my Gary's Mod server today. Nice. Are you going to be using a mouse with it? With this? With this? No, I'm gonna be using the trackball. I'm gonna be using this laptop as is. This baby's coming with me to DEF CON. Ha! This is probably gonna be the device I use when I'm at DEF CON. No joke. I just need a little device to be able to walk around and do my little thing. I really like this laptop. I'm gonna need to do some tinkering with it because this is definitely a really custom piece of hardware. Lua is fun. If you want Lua tinkering with, then you can actually use the Tangara music player that I bought. That has everything coded in Lua, apparently. I actually have to do another firmware update on it. Pocket Reform firmware update. I wonder if it's the firmware. Okay, so MNT Pocket Reform releases. Okay, this was created in 2021, blah, 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 blah. They did updates as recent as 1 week ago. Interesting. Okay, so... more things should be modular. Especially that DEF CON means don't use the Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm gonna be using, Tangara. Yeah, that's how you spell it, Gigas. Oh, you can use the Wi-Fi in DEF CON. Just use the trusted Wi-Fi that you install a cert on. They have a knock and a sock to actually look over everything. BTW, folks might need to run apt install unzip first. My default OS didn't have unzip. So it is getting power when I turn this guy on. That's why I have this little pine power over here. Carry around a hotspot. Why do that when I can just put my own cell modem in this guy? I love how this display looks so nice. Oh, that is nice. That is nice. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay. You can literally adjust the color of the keyboard just by holding the hyper key down. Oh, yeah. Where was this when I used to do acid? It's got all the LGBTs. Nope, that blue bothers my eyes. Blue always bothers my eyes. What color do I want to use? I like this. So left and right change the color. Up and down change the brightness. Oh, that is nice. What are your thoughts on patching and Windows 24 H2 bugs? You're asking a Linux guy about Windows bugs. You know what my answer is going to be. Install Linux. But with all seriousness, software. Software is going to have bugs and all that every now and then. God damn it. Wait, no, that's the HDMI. There it is, the IX industrial cable. I'll eventually plug in the Wi-Fi in here and do some Wi-Fi testing and all that. But, okay, so I wonder if it just doesn't like the cable that I have in here. Like, is this cable not meant to send that much power? So if it's at 20 volts at 1.3 amps, but then it drops down to 0.3 amps, I wonder if it is the cable. I'll have to test that out later. Yeah. So far, really loving this device. I'm giving it a little bit of grace right now, with the little things I'm working through, because I'm not familiar with this device yet. So I want to actually understand, am I the fucking idiot, or is there something wrong with this? Probably I'm just a fucking idiot. This is a fully open source device, so let me put it this way. I'm not going to recommend this to beginners. This would definitely be a device I would recommend to someone who is comfortable with Linux. Try the browser. I can do that. We will open up Firefox. And Firefox is pre-installed on this. Linux isn't too hard, yes, but there is like some things I would say you're going to want to know about Linux. So we got Firefox in here. Let's What about YouTube? How about that? Let's do YouTube. So there definitely is a little bit of a lag. If you get the RK3588, it's going to be probably a little bit faster. Let's open up one of my favorite YouTubers, Technology Connections. Not too bad in terms of speed, considering what's in here. Yeah, it loads the video pretty fast. There definitely is a little bit of a lag, but hold on. Come on. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a lag. Yeah, there we go. If we can get the screen to adjust. There we go. So there's a little bit of a lag during the ads, but the actual video playback, fine. Oh, this is definitely great for the plane. Yeah, like, this is totally watchable. The screen is great quality. Like, I'd want this kind of screen on a lot of tablets and stuff. I mean, it's not like the highest end thing out there, but it's pretty up there. Yep, and then when you pop it out, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a lag when you scroll. Pretty good. He's definitely a little bit warm. Okay. Definitely gonna have to play with this a lot more. He's also not charging. Like I said, could just be that I'm a fucking idiot. So... okay, there's... oh, okay. So that's interesting. The, menu doesn't want to open up. So it doesn't come with a charging brick, so we'll have to figure that out. I have an extra Dell laptop charger up there for 65 watts. That should be fine. I mean, people use their switches for YouTube. Yeah. What kind of battery does it have? It has 2 lithium-ion batteries in here. They're housed in the bottom. You can replace them yourself, apparently. Or I think they're lithium polymer. We can check it out. Let us open it up. Not gonna lie, does incredibly does not look incredibly appealing, other than it looks cool. It is very appealing for me, considering this is the kind of small device I've been wanting for a while, where I didn't need to carry a full-ass laptop. I feel like this is a little bit better for when I go to airplanes and when I'm... like, think about when you're at DEF CON and you want to take notes. Do you really want to whip out a big-ass laptop? But the potential is absolutely amazing with this. If they can get an RK3588 module with a Wi-Fi chip added into it, I'd grab that up in a second. Now, granted, it would move what is a $900 device into closer to the 750 euro for their stuff. So you're talking about 750 euro on top of it for the 32 gig version. 500 for the 16. Yeah, that came out, I shouldn't have just, like, tossed it like that. So it looks like we have two 4,000 milliampere, 3.7 volt, 14.8 watt hour. These actually look like lithium polymer packs. Maybe lithium ion. Let's not drop random shit in here. So it does look like there are 3D printed battery holders. And there's a charger balancer in there. The 3D printing was definitely done by an SLA printer. I can tell that by looking at it. So they really did, knock it out of the park. So this has 8,000 milliampere hours for the battery. So when this is fully charged, it's using an ARM CPU and has 8,000 milliampere hours. Oh yeah, it's definitely a conversation starter. As was my Librem 14 laptop from Purism, which has definitely started conversations the past 2 DEF CONs, especially because I use Cubes OS on it. I am eventually looking to replace my Purism laptop, but I'm not in any rush to. It still works plenty fine for what I need. Nova Custom got rid of their V42, which I actually was interested in getting to replace it. So now I'm waiting for them to get heads on their core boot approved so that I can look at the V54, 56. Because if I get another laptop to replace my Purism, I don't want to buy another Purism Librem laptop that still has a 10th gen Intel CPU in there. Plus, I like the fact that Nova Custom allows me to put my own logo on my laptop, which, by the way, little sneak peek, when you see my Tuxedo computer, I sent them over SVGs of my logo. I am going to have my logo on the super key, or as you Windows people call it, the start button. And I'm going to have my logo in color printed onto the back of the laptop. Basically, if my laptop ever gets swiped, it will be so fucking noticeable. So overall, I'm pretty happy with this laptop. I, of course, have to do more tinkering with it, but for what I was wanting a laptop to do, which is basically just the ability for me to do scripting and writing on the go, use a little bit of a web browser, terminal, just very, very basic things. This is fitting every fucking thing I needed out of it. Like, I don't think you understand. The keyboard. The keyboard alone on this thing just makes me go, oh, yeah. I definitely am going to have to charge this, though. I need to charge the, try a couple of the chargers and stuff like that. But here's what we're going to do. I need to use the bathroom. So we're going to take a quick break because the ads need to roll anyway in a second here. Let me go to the bathroom very quickly. I'm going to grab another charger and see if that fixes our problem. All right? So, be back in a minute and a half or so. All right? You're not missing anything. Just going to put the BRB screen on and some ads if you're on Twitch. So, see you in a sec. All right, I'm back. I've got a Dell charger over here. This should do what we need to do. because this is one of the chargers I have for my work laptop. Bear with me. I just gotta find an open port. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I got my UPSs behind the camera. There we go. All right. What the hell? I knew I heard something drop. All right, let's see. Does this work? Plug that in for a second. Yep, that was my microphone that I use when recording on TikTok and stuff, which, by the way, I have a whole bunch of camera equipment I got to set up. I'm waiting for one of the actual cameras to come in so I can improve my YouTube. I didn't look closely. Does the Shiny have a fan to help cool? No, this does not have a fan. It's all solid state. What new camera are you looking at? So I got a Sony ZV-E10, and I also got a DJI Pocket Camera 3. This is a wicked fast boot. MNT Pocket Reform 2025 0117. There's also no ventilation for it to really have a fan really added. Nor would you really want one. I mean, you could, but god damn it. The one complaint that I have, because the keyboard's so small, is I keep accidentally hitting the escape key when trying to hit the 1. Okay. I'm so used to using shift on the right side. I mean, bonus is that you don't have to worry about knocking out of place. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it still doesn't. Okay, that's still, I think, not working. MNT, Pocket, Reform, not charging. Cannot charge if powered up. One is Anchor. The environment cheaper, no-name power adapter has a high chance of working. I have a framework. That will only charge when the pocket is off. That's older. The hell? Okay, so... going at negative 0.4, so it's draining while it's plugged in. Weird. So it does detect the power for the initial handshake, and then it doesn't. All right. MNT pocket reform. Current state machine wants at least 6-volt charging voltage, or otherwise it ends up in an on-off loop with a few seconds. Pine power is a recommended charger, but yeah. Factory, the battery showed and barely moved anywhere from charger. Max I got was 30. Okay. Had a similar experience, but after a couple of discharge till... Okay. Where the battery and number display aren't aligned, it seems the batteries are charged fully, but the displayed charge percentage gets stuck at some point. Seems like not at all chat. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some tinkering. Most work fine with when the system controller is on, but not booted. They refuse to charge. Okay. Never gets out of state 0 at CC1. Okay. I wonder if it just needs to fully discharge. I'll reach out to them. God damn it. ThinkPad was notorious for fan errors. Yeah. In one hand, fans are nice to have in a device to cool it, but on another hand, it's not. It just is what it is. I love this keyboard, though. It is really nice. So we got 4 CPU cores in here, showing 8.3 gigabytes of memory. That's weird. It might have just... Okay. What if it's going by a gigabyte or whatever? Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to add an NVMe on here, as well as, That's also interesting. So, the system controller was showing 10%, but the laptop was showing... Okay, now it's showing 9%. We're just going to let this drain. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into adding sway, pocket key switch replacement, plugging a USB-C hub resets the Wi-Fi. Huh. Just tried Fedora for the first time, impressed by the polish of it. Fedora's nice. I'm just not a RHEL fan when I can avoid it, but it's a nice setup they have. All right. Diode D11 prevents fast charging with 30-watt chargers. Charging board broken. Cannot charge. Battery is not charging. It's the MNT reform. I use Mint for my work laptop. I got a bunch of recycled PCs to tinker with. Yeah, it's alright. I'm just not the biggest fan of Mint. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with this. I'm waiting for this laptop to drain its battery. Unable to charge. Laptop is powered on. The current draw starts out at negative 1.5 to negative 2 amps. Okay. Try it again and still getting the answer. Sounds like a problem with Pico tool. Apparently work is being done. Upgrading, blah, 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 blah. Is there a newer one? Okay. Top USB-C port. One time I did see it charge acting, so the current draw was nearly 2 amps, but anytime it's under 1 amp, the battery will not charge. Now a much improved version of the system control firmware with better charger contributor. Doesn't seem to be doing it. I've been considering switching my gaming PC at home to Bazzite, tired of Win 11. What is Bazzite? That Fedora one, or... Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to tinker with this a lot more. You need some way to get a shell in your pocket, for example, HDMI, SSH, or worst case, UART console. Okay, so there is a tool connected in. Oh, it's charging. That's weird. It did shoot up to 9%. Bazzite is the one that looks like SteamOS 3. I don't understand why y'all like SteamOS so much when it's just like every other Linux with another GUI on top of it. Okay, now it's going to negative 0.44 amps. Okay, pocket. However, after I let it drain completely and absolutely to 0, and even that couldn't boot it up. The OLED would boot for a fraction of a second, nothing else. Huh. Okay, so it might be charging now. It's reporting 9%. It might have been a charger issue. We shall see. Can I get a 10%? Maybe I'm just being an impatient asshole. That's also a possibility. But it's only at 8.36 volts. Heat up those numbers up. It's really interesting how it has a little system controller in there. Don't look at me. I like Rel because that's what I learned Linux on. Honestly, it's because my Steam Deck introduced me to gaming on Linux. I understand why people like SteamOS because it auto boots into a big picture mode so they can use the controller. Yeah, but there's just so many other ways to use it. Okay. 9-volt, 3 amps. Okay. Firmware update, MNT pocket reform. All right, let's see the releases. MNT pocket reform. Let's see. System control firmware. Oh, I got this. Working with tight space over here. Also had to daily drive on my Steam Deck when I was living in a hotel for a few weeks. That had to have been a pain. Because those things are... I've thought about getting a Steam Deck for a while, but the reality is, for me, I need a keyboard and mouse for a lot of the things I do, and it just didn't make sense. Whereas this, I can work with a little bit better. Okay, let's see. MNT Pocket Reform. Code, build, deploy, releases. That's an old setup. Okay, so I'll show you what I'm trying to go through right now is their little GitLab. Like I said, they're so open source, they have their own GitLab. Okay. Make sure goes subd SDK. These were made a couple of months ago. Yeah, these look like they're kind of old. At least older than what I'm dealing with right now. Update system control firmware. It's a firmware packager in Python. Not sure that's what I need. All right, let's see. MNT Pocket Reform firmware. Okay, so they do have documentation for all of this. Reform keyboard. Just having fun testing different distros, to be honest. May do Pop! OS next. I've been on Pop! OS for so many years. The last distribution I used regularly before this was Xubuntu, Xubuntu, with XFCE, which was nice, but Pop! OS I feel like has a lot more polish than anything else. That's the trackpad. That's the battery board. Oh, that's the MNT Reform, not the MNT Pocket Reform. There we go. Repair guides. No. What do you think of Cosmic? I'm still new to Linux, but it's nice. I like it. It's basically a rewrite of GNOME that they're using in, they're rewriting in Rust. graphical desktop software, updating software, flashing the system image, reform tools. Oh, that's not what I needed. It wasn't reform tools. Schematics, system boot, electronics repair, troubleshooting, boot issues, serial console, electronics repair, system boot. Haven't gotten more than 9% on this. Stuck in a rut, been a SOC analyst for a year and don't know what to do. I have a degree and I'm 23. You're still young. You still got time, buddy. And the honest truth is, as I say to everyone, when you're working in cybersecurity and everything, you got to embrace the suck for about 2 to 3 years before you can do anything. Trust me, been there. You're already doing better than most at 23, and I hate to say it this way because I'm going to sound like an asshole, but having a degree doesn't mean shit in the grand scheme of things. I don't have a degree, and I've been in this field for 10 years. It's going to matter more about your experience that you have than the pieces of paper you have, and that cert's included. I only just got my first cert a few months ago, and that was the CISSP. So, you gotta embrace the suck for a while, pay your dues, and then it gets better. But you're also gonna, stick your neck out for yourself, too. Yeah, with me, I would set up Bazlight on a home computer and remote in through Moonlight to have a full cloud gaming experience, but with all the stuff I own, yeah. Does Linux have PowerShell test net? Wait, what? Could you reword that? Because I'm confused by what you said. Does Linux version of PowerShell test net connection netcat? I'm not familiar with PowerShell too much on things because I live in Linux too much, but netcat's pretty useful. You recommend just studying and getting the experience down? Not just studying, home labbing. So there's actually a video on my YouTube that you can probably watch to get a lot of knowledge, at least, ideas of what you can do. It's on my YouTube. Made it like 2 or 3 months ago. Do you need college or boot camps to get into cybersecurity or IT? And the short answer is, no, you don't. So if you go to my content, let me just see. I'm just making sure I had the title right. One second. I'm scrolling back. Yeah, do you really need college or boot camps to get into IT and cybersecurity? So there's a video. I made it back on September 30th. Of course, the videos that I'm really wanting more people to see have barely any views on them. But I'm still pretty early into my YouTube career and all that. So, yeah. Home labbing is going to matter more than studying. The honest truth is, I see this fatal flaw with a lot of people that are new. They think studying is going to be enough. Studying doesn't mean shit if you can't apply that knowledge. Home labbing is going to matter more than anything. And like I talk about in there, while you're doing your home labbing and tinkering, document your journal your journey with like a WordPress blog or something, or any blog you want out there. Connect that blog to your resume. Get a GitHub. Do things with your GitHub. These little things, on top of like owning your own domain and having your email look more professional and stuff like that, is going to go a little bit further. Yeah, so, but practice is better, no certs giving you experience. Yeah, it's not, yeah, pieces of paper, like your degree and your certs, at most will get you an interview, but they don't get you the job. I think a lot of people confuse the fact that they think, well, I got this degree, I got this cert and everything. Reality is you're going to come in front of somebody like me or a manager that actually knows what they're talking about, and they're just going to say, that's cool. But what can you do? Because all a cert and a degree shows is you can pass a test. But, yeah. That's why I started with the pfSense firewall about 10 or so years ago. You have to accept you can't play any Riot games if you run Linux exclusively. Pretty much. But you know what? My argument is this. Go on Steam, see how many thousands of games are out there. And it's not an issue of, well, I play on Linux, I can't, do it. I flip the question and say, oh, you're doing unethical things that can't let me play my game on my entire thing? Then you can go F yourself and I won't give you my money. If you're just going to come into my stream and say irrelevant things while we're talking about tech, I'm not going to allow you. This is not a soapbox. Unless we're talking about tech. And we're not even talking about that subject right now, so. That doesn't fix my League of Legends addiction. I hate that it's like that, though. Okay, keyword there. Keyword, you just said it, addiction. It's not, I enjoy it, it's addiction. Your own words, not mine. Perhaps you do need to stop playing it. And there's way better games than League of Legends, let's be honest. Yeah, unless we're talking about politics or stuff like that at the time, you get a ban. It's not like you come in and ask me a question about that, but even then, it's like, yeah. Right now, we're obviously talking more about tech. We're talking about this little guy. What do you recommend to start with the home lab for a SOC 1 analyst list that's still very new? So there's nothing in particular that, anyone would say, this is what you got to do for a home lab. A home lab can be anything. You could grab yourself some Raspberry Pis, set up a little Grafana, and set up a little SimSource system, whatever you want. A home lab could be completely in the cloud, in AWS, Azure. A home lab is there for you to tinker with, study, break it, do whatever you want in your own environment so you can learn more skills that you find interesting and more relevant. I started out with a firewall and pfSense years ago. That taught me a lot of my networking concepts and everything. Reading the pfSense documentation, then applying that knowledge helped me out more than anything. And then from there, it was just, I started thinking what if I want to do this? Is there software to do that? And how do I configure it? And then you just play with it. And don't be afraid to break shit. You're going to learn more from failure than you will from success. I've electrocuted myself. I've crashed my network so many times. There's been lots of late nights I've been cursing myself. But you know what? All those errors I've come across, I've learned new things. And I've been able to apply that knowledge to further my career. What's your opinion about IoT? It should be limited to its own network, at least a virtual network, and isolated. And that motherfucker should be locked down. I don't trust a lot of IoT devices. I have a whole IoT network. In fact, this little clock over here, this little Davoom clock that tells me my Twitch, TikTok, and all those stats that's connected to my Wi-Fi, that is on its own IoT VLAN. And it's a you will not speak until spoken to kind of network. So even if this network gets compromised, it's locked down. So it can't connect to anything outside of the network. However, because I have a stateful firewall with pfSense, if I connect from the other side, like my main network, into the IoT device, I then can, have an app or whatever needs to be controlled there, do the thing. VLAN switches seem so expensive, though. Well, yeah, because they have more processing and logic on there than a dumb switch. A dumb switch is, you plug it in, it does the thing, and then it gives people the connectivity. It's smarter than a hub. You really can't find hubs anymore. And then a managed switch, which does VLAN and everything, is even more expensive than that. Because there's a little bit more to manage them and the hardware behind them. And then PoE switches are even more than that. did pfSense and WRT54G. The WRT54G was an absolute powerhouse back in the day. A really great device. Those Lynx's WRT54Gs were around for fucking ever. They're great. All right, let's see. Okay. System controller firmware. Decreased initial delay from 5 sec to 1 sec. I'm gonna have to, ping MNT. I'm gonna send a message on Mastodon to them. Why is there a femboy pinned in chat? Because that's one of the mods. That's what Just Dev does. Is it true that mathematician hackers are the most dangerous? Depends. I mean, it depends more on what you're talking about in terms of danger. You're afraid of chalkboards and chalk, maybe. No, but mathematics mostly has to do with cryptography, and it really depends. Like, there's different skill sets for different types of things. Wish Proton had a one lifetime payment. They used to. Okay. Mathematicians with a major and minor in computer science are scary. Mostly just because they can do numbers. And the honest truth is, you know why 6 was afraid of 7, right? Because 7, 8, 9. Now, what kind of network switches was you talking about? Managed switches. Have you watched Criminal Minds? Long time ago. But yeah, I'm gonna have to tinker with this laptop a little bit more. Sonic Wall and pfSense, my favorite firewalls. Sonic Wall used to be good before Dell bought them. I'm just gonna say it. They used to be good. 7's a registered 6. 7 was a registered 6 offender. That's funny. Mathematicians have good logic, which is a perk while dealing with programming and finding bugs. Yeah, my mom comm sci background has me optimizing my IT professor's code without even trying. But, yeah, so far, I'm really loving this device. I just have to learn the nuances of it because it's a fully open-sourced laptop. I do have to say, though, my complaints are minor. I do have to figure out the, issue with, why it's not charging properly. Because now it's stuck at 9%. But the battery is like 4.0 volts on one and 3.6 on another. Adapter? No, it's not the adapter. I think it may have to be something with either the charge controller or something like that. I'm gonna, I already hit them up on Mastodon. I'll probably post in their forum as well. Okay, headphone board. Two chips. One is a fuel gauge with battery protection, and one is the actual charger. Okay. Hold on. Do I have or IRC chat? They have email, but they're not exactly fast when I dealt with them. They do have a forum. All right, so all right, we'll just use that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check some stuff. Definitely gonna have to tinker with this a little bit more. Just call them. They're in Germany, buddy. Do you know what time it is in Germany? I don't think you quite understand. This is a boutique computer. This isn't the kind of, this isn't like Lenovo or Dell. It's a small shop. When you're doing DIY stuff like this, you often have to do a little bit of troubleshooting. That's why I was saying I do not recommend this for beginners. For somebody like me, perfectly fine. Can you... Why the fuck would they have a fax? I don't even know anyone in Europe that actually still has a fax. Outside of, like, some government agencies. Alright, let's see. That thing is huge and tiny. That's what she said. Alright, let me confirm my account with MNT. Oh, a moderator must approve the account. Hooray. It's kind of annoying, because when you go to make an account, then you have to have someone approve it and all that. Beginner at want Linux or building you'd probably need more Linux knowledge, because I have a feeling I'm going to have to flash some system controller stuff in here. So you need to have some comfortability with tinkering on the hardware and software side of things. Hardware-wise, this is really impressive. I am still very happy with it. I knew there was going to be some need to tinker and all that stuff. I'm not that bummed out by it. It is what it is, but... Okay, it's going negative 1.06 amps. Weird. This keyboard is still one of the nicest ones I've ever had. Thanks God our railways are switched to Linux finally. What country is that? So annoying. Different VPN for every app sounds kind of innovative. Wait, who's doing that? Oh, Cubes OS? Doesn't have to be every app. You can just route it through different things. I've been using Cubes OS for like a couple of years. I'll eventually get around to, you know, tinkering with it more. Okay, so it is doing a very, very slow charge. Because now it's up to 10%. I may just have to charge this overnight. I wonder if it just needs a full recalibration. You know, where you fully charge a device and then you, That's interesting. 20 volts, but it's not... It's saying it's giving out 20 volts, but the thing over here is saying less. Okay. Oh. Try restarting stupid GNOME. This isn't using GNOME. The first few charges are slow. It's possible. So we'll have to play with this a little bit more. I am going to be hitting them up. Yeah, I'm going to be connecting to the forum. Got updates and source code at... Oh, they do have an IRC channel. Is it USB chargeable? Yeah, it's USB-C chargeable. It only charges through USB-C. So it's charging right now. Alright, so let's see. Hex chat on JK Libra chat. Does not like a VPN. That's annoying. Join this channel. MNT-reform. Let's see if anyone is on that chat. I can't seem to get it charging properly. Okay, so I'm on their IRC chat right now, seeing if anyone's up. It's a shot in the dark because it is kind of late, and a lot of the people there are more European. So we shall see. All right. Yeah, battery status is at least up to 10%, but still not that much better. I contribute to code. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do some more tinkering with this laptop. I definitely will include any of my notes in the upcoming YouTube video. And I will have a TikTok video once I get it fully working the way I want. I'm sure it's just gonna take me a couple of days of tinkering with this device to figure it out. Not a big deal. I'm still happy I got this device. It does look like it's gonna do a lot of the things that I hoped it to do. Maybe I just need to leave this on a charger overnight. It's still a very well designed piece of hardware. I'm very happy. Can you see if it detects 2 batteries? Yeah, it sees 2 batteries. What IRC client you use? I use HexChat. I've already tried a different charger. I used my Dell laptop charger I have. It's just a matter of I'm going to have to play with this. I do have some different USB-C cables, so I'll probably try doing that as well. I'm on the Pine Power, and they say the Pine Power works with it, so I wonder if it's the USB-C cable with it. I'm waiting for them to approve my MNT community account, so that way I can go into the forums and just, ask. I kind of expected that this was going to need to tinker a bit. But if that's the only issue, that's not a big one. In worst case scenario, if it needs it, I'll contact them to do a repair on it. There's a couple people that, said they had to do that, and they seem to be really good with support and everything. But yeah, I'm very happy so far. I just gotta play with it a little bit more. The keyboard is fantastic on this. Like, no joke. Clicky. What I wanted. Now I just gotta get it working. And to be fair, I think I spent like 2 or 3 weeks on the Pine phone and the Purism Librem 5 until I called it quits. Does it come with a cable? No, it doesn't come with a cable. It doesn't come with a charger. You just got to bring your own. That's just how it is with a lot of these devices. I mean, even the Raspberry Pi doesn't come with its own cable. You have to provide one. But it's solidly built. Like, there's a good amount of tension on here. And you can fold that flat back. The screen, the parts, everything with it seem to be pretty great. But it's an open source device, which means you're gonna have to tinker a little bit. It is what it is. I can't wait to get this fully working. I got a few months before DEF CON. I've got my IX Industrial Ethernet cable. I've got everything I need there. But anyway, yeah. My Realme stupid phone charges fast only on its original brick. Really? What country did it come from? Germany. I thought it said right on the box. I mean, on the device, but on the box it says from Germany. So I found it funny that both of my laptops that I picked out, the MNT Pocket Reform and the Tuxedo computer laptop, both come from Germany. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Looking like a ninja. Uh, yeah, so I think what I'll do is I will just leave this connected overnight to see if it does in fact charge. It's still at 10%. It's just weird. I really can't wait to actually start typing on this. So, like, imagine... So this is the workflow I was imagining with this device so you could understand my mindset. I'm at a coffee shop. I need just a little device, type up a script, or I'm taking notes on a project. I plan to take this to work with me eventually to have this as a little note-taking device. Because I don't always want to have the full-on laptop at work. And, you know, it looks so pretty. Honestly, I don't know if I even want to stick stickers on this. I probably will. Because we still got a whole bunch of DEF CON stickers to slap on. I mean, my DEF CON sticker collection is just growing every year. We've got so many DEF CON stickers. And they got so many great designs. Although I still say, where is it? My all-time favorite one has to be the Elon Musk one that I have. I got this at DEF CON, my first DEF CON. I still can't justify slapping it on anything. I'm just trying to get to Mars with a bag full of ketamine and a Bible full of acid. That is still my favorite sticker. I've only managed to find one of them. I don't know who made it, but you should make like 1 million more because they'd sell like hotcakes right now. I've got like all sorts of things that people were handing out at DEF CON. Like, someone 3D printed floppy disks as keychains and handed them out. You know, there's all sorts of fun things. Oh, there's my DEF CON 32 patch. I should probably sew that into something or heat it up and glue it onto something. Yeah, I don't think anyone's on the IRC chat because I put that message in and nobody's responded in 8 minutes. The only response was somebody saying they timed out and their last connection was like 245 seconds ago. It's interesting how the times have changed that we now disconnect people for only being on a couple of minutes. I mean, a couple of if they're off a few seconds, you get disconnected. Whereas back in the day, we used to like wait minutes. Tell them to make a matrix. They probably would, but IRC is such a lower bar to use. That's the honest truth. They're dreaming about schnitzel. So yeah, I'm gonna have to tinker with this little guy a little bit more. But while I'm at it, and we're hanging out, I've been working on upgrading my YouTube. So, first of all, I got this little satchel over here for the MNT Pocket Reform. I bought this thinking it would be like the perfect size because originally I had this for my netbook back in the day. And sure enough, I have plenty of space in here. So, that'll be a great little satchel to carry my things around. Hell? Did I forget something in here? Holy shit! There's some random Pokemon cards in here for some reason. Nothing fancy, just... Oh yeah. some junk cards I used to use, like credit card things, so that I could scrape thermal grease and all that. I'll have to go through it. Yeah, just a few random Pokemon cards and stuff. Oh, I think I know what happened. These were the roommate that fucked up my house, and he left random shit, and I apparently just shoved that in the bag. Oh well. Anyway. Yeah. You see this crate here? That's all fucking camera equipment that I'm working on getting set up. I've got a new microphone to upgrade from that newer. I've got the new camera for on the go, the Pocket 3. I've got another capture card over here, which I was going to be using for the other camera I'm getting. USB extension cables, tripod, micro HDMI cable. I didn't think I had one. What the hell? Just a random ass lighter in there. I don't know how that got. Oh, that probably fell out of the bag. And then this is. Oh, yeah, that's the power adapter for the Sony camera. Most of this is actually a case for the DJI camera I got. Little key light mini I'll be putting on top of the camera. Little shoe to attach the camera. Now I'm just waiting for the actual camera. So I am working on improving my YouTube videos. I have a little teleprompter coming. The Sony ZV-E camera. Because there's been a few things where I make videos and you notice I come back in and it's like, hey, it's editing me. I want to go and script a lot of these things so I can make better content for you all and start thinking about the issues before I rewatch it and then go back and record the other part. So there'll be some nice things coming to YouTube. And the honest truth is, I was going to be talking a little bit more about this in a YouTube video. I'm getting tired of TikTok. Specifically, like, okay, so if y'all have been in my Discord or you've paid attention to my Blue Sky and Mastodon, I've been talking about this for a while. TikTok just ain't the same. It's not been the same for a while, like even before the ban, but since the ban happened, it's not really gotten better. What's the percent now? Still 10%. And I'm just really disappointed with TikTok. Like, let me put it this way. Here, let me pull up my Blue Sky so I can... I put my thoughts a little bit better on there. Alright. So this is what I was saying this morning. That kind of, sums up my feelings. TikTok could still be banned on April 5th. The extension was only for a few months, and with Trump's rhetoric on China, I doubt ByteDance even wants to fight for it. Wouldn't be shocked if they just let it die rather than entertain a forced sale. Honestly, even as a TikTok creator, I wouldn't be upset if it shut down. Since it came back, the algorithm feels off. Rage bait, anxiety loops, and less diverse news. It's not the same platform that helped elevate so many different voices. Indigenous creators, Palestinian coverage, and even niche communities aren't surfacing the way they used to. Feels like TikTok's soul has been gutted. Whether it's the algorithm, external pressure, or a shift in strategy, the vibe has changed. The thing that made TikTok unique was the variety of perspectives. If that's gone, then what's left? April was my birthday month. Well, happy birthday, TikTok's banned. So yeah, I'm not very happy with the direction TikTok's been going in many different regards, and it's a big reason why I would rather shift into YouTube and Twitch. Even though I built my community on here, it's one of those things I had to sit back and be like, this isn't the same TikTok. Like, I literally took my Samsung over here. That's the only phone I have TikTok on. And I threw it in a drawer down here. I now purposely keep it out of my bedroom so I can avoid using it. Look, I had my own addiction to TikTok and everything. Imahashi, you trying to get the song? You're not going to be able to get the song. Because the song is exclusive to me. I bought some beats from beat producers that I have exclusivity on. American feed, I agree with. However, outside the States, Commonwealth creators are gaining a huge voice now that the algorithms stop pushing American creators, flooding out others. Well, here's the thing. I'm not even seeing those. I'm not seeing those people, and that's what's so dismaying. I know I've heard this beat before. Maybe samples of it, but this beat, no. Otherwise, YouTube would have flagged it. They have sold the same beats to the Rainbow Six streams. I don't know about that. Good to even remember if you call that a thing. I think that's just good sound memory. I would go to PureDube or Vidsy for me after TikTok ban. I can see that. I don't see myself necessarily going there as much unless I can sync my posts. And that's been the issue with me and PureTube. I was talking to another creator about this on Blue Sky. The Linux Cast, I think it was. So PureTube has been having issues with YouTube Sync. And yeah. Well, you can... There's issues with the sync. That's the issue. You can't get it to, yeah. You see Steam update their rules a while ago? What update? They've done so many different things. But no, these are different than R6. Yeah. This is definitely different. If I was using a lot of those, then I would, definitely start getting flagged for things. Yeah, YouTube is now enforcing more of their bot detection and everything. Like, once in a while, when I go to, use, what you call it? When I use, fuck, what the hell, brain? I just totally brain dumped right there. Brain farted right there. When I go to use Mastodon and stuff, once in a while, it actually has to make me go directly into YouTube and everything to watch the video because it's like, we want to make sure that you're human and not a bot. Fuck off! So, it's really annoying there. I understand why YouTube is doing it to protect, you know, their revenue stream and everything like that, but it's still annoying as shit. Or you can't play. Watch ad to respawn, watch an ad to reload. EA would definitely do that. EA, if it was up to them, would require an ad to be played before your child could be born. EA would be the kind of people that'd be like, oh, you want to use the bathroom? Watch this ad first. That's EA. I don't care for EA. EA used to be good. Used to. Emphasis. Used to. But nowadays... Yeah, it's a much. EA is the pinnacle of money, money, money. Yep. Totally. EA just, they've shit on everything. Wasn't it EA that was behind Apex? And Apex used to work on Linux. And then they yanked support by putting a kernel level anti-cheat. And then they were doing this whole thing of like, well, you know, Linux people are the majority of the cheaters and everything, but then also in the same breath we're saying there's not enough Linux users to warrant supporting Linux. And we're like, well, which is it? Most of the cheaters are Linux, or there's not enough people playing on Linux to support it? I'm waiting for EA to be banned for having Chinese people holding their stock. Well, let's see. EA, Tencent. Tencent owns a shit ton of game studios. So the honest truth is, like, this whole China ban that people are trying to, like, embrace in America is so dumb. And you want to talk about dumb? Threads users are dumb. Because okay, so do you know how many times I posted things and cross-posted to Mastodon, Blue Sky, and Threads? And the dumbest responses come from Threads? If Tencent goes down, so does half the American industry. Pretty much. Yeah, sorry. Wake up, buddy. What? Do you need to go outside? Alright, be right back. Dog needs to go outside. Alright, we are back. Yep, the puppies. NetEase makes a bunch of games too. Chinese. Yeah, there's a lot of game studios and stuff. Like, the problem is, we got a lot of these boomers that still think in the mindset of the Red Scare. It's Russia! It's China! Okay, yeah, Russia is kind of effed with Vladimir Putin. And I'm not going to dispute the fact that there are issues with China. Not going to dispute that. But at the same time, China is advancing very fast in technology. Marvel Rivals is made by NetEase. Well, the dogs are outside, so you're going to have to wait for that. Mr. White Man. Yeah. Oh, shit. I think I forgot my, phone upstairs. The TikTok phone. I'll grab that in a sec. It's not a big deal. But, yeah. I'm looking forward to figuring out this laptop. It'll probably be a stupid issue that I just need to figure out, and, operating systems that work. So they do have a lot of documentation here. Yeah, so I'll have to get my account approved to be able to post on the forum to get that fixed. I have a post out there about charging to 9%. Overall, it's a nice little laptop. Marvel Rivals runs great on my Steam Deck. I still haven't played Marvel Rivals. I have it. I should play it. It looks like a good game. We'll eventually get around to playing it. One thing I do want to figure out, though, is where I can put the antenna on this thing. I'll probably put the antenna for the 5G modem somewhere around here. I may have to cut a little bit of the plastic, though. I don't really want to do that. I may just stick it on the other side. I was going to look at installing two 5G antennas. So I could, Our data is getting stolen by the white man. They have our data. Dang is a high chance it's true. Yeah, I don't really care for a lot of the BS that's been going on in terms of data. I'll eventually have a whole separate ass, post on, the cybersecurity issues so far with the Trump administration. There's a lot of weird things going on. Well, like, did you hear about the stupid issue with why they think there's 150-year-old people on Social Security? So the long and short of it is, COBOL is a really old language. I think it was designed in the 1950s or 1960s. It's that old. And its epoch, or where it starts zero from on its clock, is 1875. How many years ago is 1875 from 2025? 150. That's where that answer came from. So the reality is, if you don't know what the age of someone is, you put a 0 in. 0, boom. Did you see why he thinks trillions have an unknown reason? What was the reason? I can't remember. I remember hearing something about it, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Dude, just understand. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you have an article or something? Like, I'm very curious about this. Like, the sequel. Like, how incompetent does somebody not have to be to not understand SQL joins? And I'm not a database guy. Oh, Shane Morris? He's a mutual of mine. Yeah. Yeah, Shane's a good dude. We talk once in a blue moon. Just because we're both busy people. But yeah, he's a good dude. Why are there so many airplane crashes in North America lately? I've heard something about Elon Musk doing cuts. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. The most recent crash that you all heard with the Bombardier that was flipping upside down and everything, that wasn't in America, that was in Canada, from my understanding. And Bombardier has an incredibly good safety record. Like, I want you to think about this. That plane flipped over. There were 8 Delta Airlines was flying a Bombardier. Bombardier is a plane manufacturer, like Boeing. Delta Airlines was flying a Bombardier plane. Bombardier, I believe, is made in Canada. Yeah, from Minneapolis to Toronto. So I want you to realize that Bombardier has an incredibly good safety record, that plane flipped upside down. Apparently there was a little fire. No one died. There were 8 injuries, some of them critical, but not life-threatening. So it flipped and they walked off. Exactly. Like, that is a freaking miracle, as well as Bombardier has a pretty good safety record. But also, the main reason why a lot of crashes are happening, we don't have enough FAA air controllers. And Trump did the stupid thing where he's blaming DEI and all of that shit. And DEI is a big reason we can hire enough people. Because all DEI means, just so you understand, isn't that we hire people who aren't qualified for the jobs. It means that we consider more people with qualifications. Case in point. Can't they hire more people? They should. But you got fucking Muskrat and Trump. Okay, these are both motherfuckers that have never understood how to properly run a business. And for those of you out there that say, they've got billions in dollars. Trump has ripped off a bunch of people, and Elon Musk literally walked into Twitter and thought his idea of finding waste was flipping random things off to see what broke, and then, would just run through it. But remember how many times Twitter had gone down in a year? Remember all the constant issues they still have? You can't treat government like a business. Look, when people can't access their Twitter account, okay, that sucks, but you can live without that. But when we start shutting off random services in the government, people literally can die. Don't talk politics. Buddy, this is my fucking TikTok. I can do whatever I want. Being an FA agent is hard to hop in a sim game with 15 friends in a LAN party and try to conduct their flight paths all at once. What are you talking about, an air controller? Yeah. Air controllers are extremely tough jobs. It's one of the I forget the stats there, but I think more people fail the air controller test than people who pass the bar. Like, it's harder to become an air traffic controller than a lawyer, from my understanding. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's, like, very close. I think it's something like only 1/3 of all people that try to become an air traffic controller pass. It's a very tough job. And here's the interesting thing is, remember the first one with the Ronald Reagan incident? So at Ronald Reagan Airport, you don't get to just be an air traffic controller at big airports like that. That's after you've been in the field for like 5 or 10 years. Then you can get into the bigger airports. You start out at smaller airports. We don't have enough people staffing all of these. That's a big problem. And that's been a problem we've had for quite a while because, again, like you said, only 30% of people pass according to Google. Not easy to be an air traffic controller. And it's a high-stress job. Because you have air traffic controllers that, like, at the same... Like, we had the issue with Reagan. I think there was one air traffic controller that was doing both the helicopter and the airplane whole thing. And apparently it's a well-known flight path that they have to dip below a certain point and all these kind of things. But when that crash happened, what did Trump do? He blamed DEI. DEI had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with the fact that they were not staffed properly. Maybe there was human error in terms of the helicopter pilot. It's possible. I'm not going to pass judgment until the professionals that are more qualified than myself actually can go through with that entire investigation. But I do know, as far as I can recall, there was only one air traffic controller at Reagan when there should have been two. Now, as far as, like, the air crashes and everything like that, yeah, a lot of it has to do with, I studied air traffic controller for a while. It's insanely difficult. Countless hours of training. Yeah, it is not easy. I have a few friends that try to go for it. It's a high-intensity, high-stress job. And yeah, DL is all about the top of the interview funnel and making sure you at least interview diversity. Exactly! Here's the reality. I technically am a DEI hire. But at the same time, how many of you all think that I'm not qualified for the jobs that I'm doing? I may check a few boxes, and here's the thing. A lot of people don't think about this. Veterans are a DEI hire. Why do you think you have that box to say if you're a veteran? Pregnant women, DEI. That's just an example. Like, the fact that, you know, women have to have proper facilities to, when they are in the time of breastfeeding to, you know, pump themselves, they must have an adequate facility to do so. That's part of DEI. Having accessibility ramps and everything like that because you have a wheelchair. That's DEI. Like, you know how stupid it is that Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, who's in a wheelchair, signed away DEI and is like railing against it when DEI is the very fucking reason that motherfucker has a ramp to get into his damn office. That's DEI. Like, this is just like, it makes no sense to me. It's like when he dismantled Obama's pandemic unit, then oops. Oh, you're talking about the whole, yeah, that whole thing. Like, yes, I will not deny that there are some companies that do DEI wrong where they literally try to have quotas. That's not appropriate. Now, let me give you another example of, like, where DEI makes sense. There are companies that overwhelmingly have women in them. So, as an HR's responsibility to implement DEI is to see how you can get more men into the workplace. Like, say you have then you go in and, politics is a waste of time. So is your commenting. Here's the reality. If you think politics is a waste of time, I'm going to give you some advice. You can scroll on. Because here's the reality. When you go into cybersecurity, you have to understand the legal rules and regulations when you're dealing with it. Yeah, DEI was all about balancing the perspectives and giving people at least the opportunity to be interviewed. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to get a job. Ref the planes trash is not making a DEI reference. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. But yeah. Politics affects everything, even your right to simply exist. Truth. Especially, just making this a factual statement out there. Do you know how many trans people are in cybersecurity alone? I am not fucking joking. You go to DEF CON. Do you know how many people I meet that are trans? some of the best people in cybersecurity are trans that I've known. I have nothing against them. The amount of furries, yeah. Not a furry. Y'all do what you want to do, but furries are awesome people. Don't fuck with furries. They are the My Little Ponies of your nightmares if you fuck with them. Can you talk about Lineage OS since Graphene OS doesn't support any other phone than a Pixel? It's just a de-Googled Android. There's also EOS and other things like that. I haven't used Lineage myself. I prefer Graphene. That's just how I am. I purposely got a Pixel for Graphene. Video games are political in so many ways. Oh, absolutely. We've been playing Wolfenstein pretty often here when it's a more chill stream day. Do you know how political Wolfenstein is? Yes, we're going around and killing Nazis. I mean, that's just appropriate any day of the week. But it very, very much has political overtones with things. A lot of video games are political without being political. You get what I'm saying? They can afford a human-sized jar. Do not mess with the fur. Would a penguin be your persona if you were one? I don't know. I just learned what a fursona was like only 2 years ago. This is shit I don't think about. My fursona would be a Nazi hunter, okay? But yeah, I mean, easy, it's a penguin. Karen complains to their child not to become insert LGBTQ here. Said person making money in order to pay for a femboy fursuits. But yeah, like, straight up, penguin with a gun would be your first. I'm not spending $15,000 on a fursuit of that. Do you know how expensive those fursuits are? I had to ask a couple of friends that are furries about that shit. That shit costs as much as a new car. Or at least a decently used car. I just don't got that kind of money. Or time. They are. And, like, apparently people were telling me, like, there's air conditioning units in these things, too, and all that. I make suits for people. The head alone is $6K. So, I gotta ask you, VTuber, what's your margins on this stuff? Like, I'm curious. Like, you charge $6K for the head. How much do you make on that? I'm just curious. I'm not hating. I'm just curious. Like, materials, time, all that. Like, what do you probably take out of that? You have a friend with a $35K suit. God damn it, he's got multiple. Holy shit. Oh yeah, furries help develop further a cooling system you can... That's because the furries are the ones dominating in STEM. His vent system costs $2K in R&D and still going, god damn. And do you know what's even funnier? If we budget $40 an hour, my margin without electronics is 70%. That's not bad. Get that bag. I'm not going to assume your gender, but we're just going to go with that fun, saying of, get that bag, girl. If you're a dude, just let me know. Or, I'm not trying to make some assumptions here. I just wanted to go for the funny thing and caught myself. But you know what's funny? So you say that then the military uses... Okay. Do you know how many military people... I'm every gender. Okay. Cool. Do you know how many military people are furries? I want you to think about that. How many people in the military are ADHD or neurospicy? Are you a crystal? What the... No, wait, what does that mean? Yeah, a lot of people. That's why I crack up when people are like, the military is, going to support Donald Trump if he wants to, enact authoritarian rule. I'm like, I don't think you know a lot of military. At worst, it's probably going to be like 50-50, but I don't even think it's going to be that bad. I meant to say that's Nero. Oh, okay, gotcha. Some of the HUD systems were developed from helmet designs made for mascot heads. I think that makes sense now that my brain just processed that. You need to be able to separate military horrors from your consciousness if you even if you want even a hope of avoiding severe PTSD. A fursona is perfect. You know, it actually makes sense. I get it. You need to disconnect. You need to, you know, go off into your fantasy land. Like, no joke. One of the things that I find cathartic and therapeutic when I had to deal with when I was almost unalived for merely being Jewish by some, you know, Nazis, literally. This was like 2015, I was almost unalived. One of the things I found cathartic is playing Wolfenstein. Being able to at least get into Blazkowicz and kill a bunch of Nazis. That helps me. So I can kind of understand where you're coming from on that. Also, furry military art memes intensified. But yeah. I mean, but my God, those fur suits are like so expensive. And like, you see people walking around with them at DEF CON in Vegas. Insane. I don't know what a crystal is unless you're talking about forging them. Oh. But yeah, I always tell people, like, the funniest thing though is when I'm at work dealing with the like very straight-laced people that are like they don't know what a furry is. Like, I can kind of tell who is in hacker culture and who isn't by if you know the subcultures. Like, I remember taking some of my friends to DEF CON for the first time this past DEF CON, and we had a meeting in one of the conference rooms. They're friends at work. And they were... I was like, okay, here are the parties. You got QueerCon, GothCon, FurCon. And they're like, wait, what? And I'm like, yes, you're going to find a lot of goth mommies out there. It was funny because one of the youngest people, like, this is his first time going to a cybersecurity conference, and he's like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah, get a deep dive and understanding into hacker culture, like the proper hacker culture I grew up with, the rebels, the renegades, the rejects. Goth. Yeah, goth mommies. You never heard that term? Look. I'm just going to say this. If I find a thick goth woman, that's it, I'm done. I'm done. That's my kryptonite. And, it takes a lot of power, to, you know, not drop your jaw to some of these people. But yeah, you have GothCon, at DEF CON, where people are, you know, goth music, goth everything. I'm really curious for a second here. All right, let's see. I got this cable over here. So I wonder if I swap the cable. I wonder if that cable just didn't like it because it might just be a shoddy cable. I mean, it works fine for a lot of charging. My brain is wonky right now. Why did you just look up goth mommies? Okay, 20 volts, 0.7 amps, 0.8 amps. Let's see if it holds. Nope. Something's gotta give. Wait, who did... I'm getting really annoyed that I need to figure this out. Okay, so let's see. MNT community. Random issues during boot. Suspend hibernate status. Void Linux on Pocket reform. Pocket switch replacement. Not managing to charge while in use. That might be relevant. Unable to charge. That might be relevant. YubiKey Lux FIDO2. That could be relevant later, but not really. Oh, somebody's got Signal Messenger on there. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to tinker a little bit more with this device. Fortunately, I gotta go to work tomorrow. So I probably won't be able to play with it till tomorrow. Good so far. Oh. They actually have these batteries on Amazon. As for the cable length, it should be fine. You can put the battery in the other way so that the cable is closer to connector. All right, let's see. M2 screws. M2 screws SSD. That's what I need. All right, so let's grab those to go to my box. Okay. I got my Pocket reformed today. It had an incident en route and arrived broken. Got the new motherboard and screen today, and it's working now. And when in use, it's plugged in, struggling to hold a charge when running Firefox. It's plugged into a framework, 180 watt. Unfortunately, okay, blah, blah, blah. I would start by making sure you are on the latest system controller firmware. Okay. So, let's try this. Let's try one last time. Let's try updating the firmware. Let's get the IX Industrial Ethernet cable in. I actually like the IX cable. It's the first time I'm actually using this, and I wasn't sure how I'd feel about it. Other than the fact it's a weird standard that, you know, you can't really easily find. It's actually a pretty solid design for, this isn't pre-recorded, is it? No. I think me reading your question. Wait. Can you see me? John Cena! There you go. No, if it was pre-recorded, I'd tell you, but no, I don't do pre-recorded streams. I record videos for YouTube. If it'd be pre-recorded, it'd be a VOD. I do the actual stream. It's pre-recorded. It's pre-recorded in the sense that I'm here from the future. Why would people even... I don't get it. I know some DJs do it. It's like, okay, DJ, I kind of understand doing it, but yeah, I don't get it either. Let's try updating the firmware to this little laptop. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay, because... Okay, I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty rusty. With the build artifacts. You should be able to download, uncompress... Unable to charge... It worked in a BTW. It looks like you're already on the latest firmware. You can expect that to be the case as we ship in small batches. 1 at 3.6. What usually helps is letting the batteries drain to 0%, then charge up again. So I'm reading up on getting this little guy. If you came into the stream late. So I've tried 4 cycles of running it down. It automatically turns itself off. Currently in the middle of a discharging cycle. The batteries are pretty out of balance. Okay. So what firmware did he say he's on? Yeah, I think the battery's out of balance, and that's the issue. So maybe we do need to dump it. Okay. Forgot about the issue. You can try allow old SU. Okay. That is another Halo. This is the new little laptop I got. This is the MNT Pocket Reform. This is a fully open source laptop. I backed this project a year ago. It's a pretty nice laptop. Completely open source. Right to repair friendly. Made in Germany. It's got mechanical, really clicky switches. It's like a cyber deck, but a lot better. So, it's got a 1920 by 1200 resolution screen, 7-inch. This is €850 as a DIY kit, 900 fully assembled. But the new ones have the A311D ARM CPU. This one has the iMX8M Plus because I bought this as a early backer version, so it's slightly better than that. Well, the A311D is slightly faster, but has less RAM, only 4 gigabytes, whereas this is 8 gigabytes. But you can also get the RK3588 module, and once I figure out my battery charging issue with it, I will be installing a 4G cell modem into it, and then drop in a SIM card, probably from Mint Mobile or something like that. So I will have Wi-Fi and 4G data and be able to use this anywhere on the go, because I want to be able to tinker and do stuff on the go. And let me put it this way. This is the laptop I normally carry. It's a Purism Librem 14 with Cubes OS. Pretty nice laptop, don't get me wrong. I like it. It's been great for like 3 years now. But there's a lot of times when I'm sure a lot of you can relate to this. You don't need Purism Librem. I'll show you. It's from Purism. It's another laptop company. They focus on having more privacy and all that stuff. They got a bunch of different devices. I got the Librem Mini in front of me. I got the Librem 5. The Librem 5 phone with but this is the laptop. They still ship it with an Intel 10th gen CPU, but their claim to fame is it's got Core Boot built in with heads, so I can actually use a USB security key to check to see if the firmware and operating system was tampered with. So it's got anti-evil made mitigations. So yeah, use this little Librem key here. It has Intel Management Engine disabled, so yeah, it's a pretty secure laptop. Yeah, a lot of the stuff you're going to see me tinkering with is under the radar. Like this MNT Pocket Reform. Most people haven't heard of it. The company is so open source, they don't even have a Twitter. They only, use things they actually believe in. Like, I'm hitting them up. I actually found out about them through Mastodon. And this is the CEO of MNT. We've chatted a little bit. Like, this tells you anything. CEO of MNT Research. Open source hardware, laptop, MNT Reform. Free open source software, ARM, open source hardware, FPGA, Amiga, RISC-V. And of course, Batcave, Cyberpunk, Industrial Synth, Darkwave, non-binary, queer, vegan, sober. Not hating, just they're pretty chill people. I've talked with them a little bit. But this person with their team designed the MNT Pocket Reform that I use. Now, another computer company that I'm waiting to get in my hands is I have another laptop I have ordered. That'll be here probably in 2 or 3 weeks from Tuxedo Computers. What's up, Errol? So this is the other company that I'm getting my laptop from. This is going to be my mobile editing heavy-duty workstation that has an NVIDIA GPU in it. So this is the laptop I picked out. It's the Tuxedo Stellaris Slim 15 Gen 6 AMD. It has an AMD CPU. Hold on, yeah. AMD Ryzen 7 8848 45HS. And I got the NVIDIA 4070 in it. How can you have so many tabs that open? This is a light day. You're not a tech worker if you don't actually have many tabs open. Oh yeah, this is another thing. You can get it customized. So my super key is going to have my logo in black and white. I have it customized. And then I'm going to have my logo, the little penguin with the rifle, on the back of it. So it's going to be customized so much. Like, you can't do this with a lot of your Windows laptops. But yeah, this laptop, it's going to have an AMD 8845, 15.3-inch display at 240 hertz, 100% sRGB, and 2560 by 1600 pixels with an adaptive sync. I'm getting it loaded with 2 terabytes of NVMe on a Samsung Pro, but I can add a second NVMe SSD in it, which I probably will. Also, my version is going to have 96 gigabytes of RAM installed. DDR5. So, yeah, it'll be nice. It's got all the LGBTs for the keyboard. I'm looking forward to this. And this one's coming out of Germany. And the other company that I use for computers... I got about 18 tabs open right now. The honest truth is I'm so used to having tabs open, I just shut down my computer when I close Firefox and restart it. So System 76 is another company I like for laptops and computers and all that. System 76 makes the operating system I use, Pop! OS Linux. Oh, what's that for? The laptop that I'm picking? That's going to be my mobile workstation and editing laptop. So I have the issue where this laptop is pretty good. I used it mostly for Parrot OS, but this is a pure AMD laptop. This is an AMD Ryzen 5700 unit. Still a great laptop, don't get me wrong. But I need an NVIDIA GPU for some of the AI LLM work that I use often when I'm using different machine LLMs, like LM Studio for the stuff I want to run locally. But also I need an NVIDIA GPU for faster rendering on videos. Plus, I want to be able to do OBS on the go. So the idea is, as I'm traveling more, I want to be able to edit things on the go, because I want to start doing coverage of different cybersecurity things and more as I travel, rather than just OBS on the go. It's just Open Broadcaster Studio, so I can do Twitch and everything like this. Like, in a laptop. I don't have to worry about my desktop. Just do it from a laptop when I'm out and about. Alright, so we are draining the laptop's battery. We are down to 6%. Alright. I want a PC for Cubes or NixOS. Well, if you're going to be doing Cubes OS, you're literally going to need... I'm not even freaking joking about this. Minimum. A Ryzen 5 or Core i5 and 16 gigabytes of RAM and 128 gigabytes in an SSD. Not a hard drive. Minimum. Ideally... you want more CPU, and memory. My Purism Librem laptop, not that laptop, this laptop has a Core i7-10710U, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. Though realistically, the 256 gig SSD is more than enough, because I don't even use all of that. This laptop's still great, even with a 10th gen Intel CPU. I ideally want to bump up to a better CPU on my next Cubes laptop, but this is still fine for now. What VPN do you recommend? The honest truth is, before I recommend a VPN, the honest truth is I have to tell people, VPNs are often misunderstood, overhyped, and they're not a silver bullet. I actually have a YouTube video that goes into a lot of this. So one thing I will say is, before you go down the rabbit hole of like thinking a VPN is going to like change your life and protect you and all of that stuff, I would definitely recommend going to my YouTube channel and checking out the video I have. It's about 40 minutes or so, I think. Yeah. I made it about a month ago. The truth about VPNs, overhyped, misunderstood, and not a silver bullet. Because the problem is, a lot of people think that just by installing a VPN, that's going to make you a little bit more private and secure and all that, when the honest truth is, privacy is more about changing user behaviors than it is about relying on any single tool. If you log into a VPN and think it's just going to protect you, and you're still doing the exact same things, logging into Facebook, TikTok, whatever, it's not going to make you any more private. You've just moved your geographical location to where you're accessing. They're great for getting around geo-blocks and stuff like that. So if you're in the southern states that have block adult websites and stuff like that, and you need to get around it, okay, that makes a case. If you're overseas and you're traveling and you want to still access American Netflix and everything, okay, that makes sense. Now, with that being understood, I do like Proton and Mullvad. Those are the two VPNs I recommend the most. Proton, I am affiliated with them. You can check the links in the bio. But Proton I use as part of my email. It's one of the tools that they offer in the whole suite of things, along with their password manager and other things. I've personally used Proton for years. Mullvad is another choice, but Mullvad, while it's even more private, you can pay them in cash, you can pay them in Monero or Bitcoin, and Monero and Bitcoin, by the way, give you a 10% discount to pay with them. The problem with Mullvad is it doesn't work with a lot of streaming services. Proton will. Proton is also more secure because they have this feature you can enable optionally called Secure Core. And what that does is, a lot of people are not aware of this, VPNs are vulnerable to timed attacks to de-anonymize you. So the way to mitigate that is you have your VPN server corroborate against another VPN server in another location, and they basically check against each other. It slows down your connection, but makes it more secure. It's an optional feature. So, yeah. Are you on YouTube? Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I am on YouTube. I have, I always simulcast my streams whenever possible to YouTube. I'm working on more YouTube content. I currently have some camera equipment I showed a little bit earlier that I'm waiting for to come in, as well as some that's already here, so I can start upgrading my YouTube streams. Yeah. How about for I2P? I2P is just another layer on the internet, and it goes the same way. Tor is the same thing. It's more about the user behaviors that you're doing while using these technologies than it is about the technology you're using. Because even if you go into Tor and then you start logging in with your username and all of that stuff, it's not going to help you. Now, the thing with I2P is that I2P doesn't allow you to access ClearNet sites, so you can only access within I2P. So it is a little bit more private in the sense there, but you have to only access I2P. Now, there is a way that you can actually get around that by layering I2P on top of Tor. And if you want, you can then layer Tor on top of a VPN with I2P on top of that, so you can have 3 layers. There's arguments for and against using a VPN on top of Tor. I'm not going to get into that rabbit hole. Just saying it's an option. Check your video. I'm looking to slide past Okta. Use your affiliate if I find it works for me. I appreciate it. The honest truth is you ain't going to get around Okta that easily. And if you're in an environment that's using zero trust network access as well, they probably are using machine tunnels over on the actual base hardware. So, like, the way we do things at work is we use Zscaler. There's many different ones, like Cisco Umbrella and all that stuff. Even if you're using a VPN on the guest network, it's still going over a Zscaler machine tunnel on our router and routing it all through Zscaler. And Zscaler's still doing in the content inspection and everything. Just set up Hunix on NixOS. Hunix is, I like Hunix and I use it on Cubes OS. Hunix is an option out of the box with Cubes OS. Quality ones for sure. I'm thugging it out with a Mac and a secondary Dell. I mean, I used to use Mac until I realized how limited they are for a lot of the work. No joke. Here's my old Mac. Currently, it's no better than a doorstop. This is my 2011 MacBook Pro. That was the last Mac I ever bought. Because after they started soldering all the components and everything, they went downhill. Well, there were a few reasons why I moved away from Mac. So I got this originally from a prior job. They let me keep it when I left. I could actually upgrade the memory in here. This is fully loaded. I think this is 16 gigabytes of memory, if I remember, maybe 32. But I maxed it out. And this also had the SSHD, the solid-state hybrid disk. I kept getting issues because I was running VirtualBox for a while to run my VM stuff. And Apple updates would break VirtualBox every so often, so I had to restore my entire computer from Time Machine and waste, like, basically most of a day. So that was a problem for me, as you could understand. So, what I did was, I got an HP ProBook, secondhand. I have it upstairs. It's signed by John McAfee. I should bring it down. Yeah, I met John McAfee. He autographed my laptop when I was at CES. He's actually the big reason I got into cybersecurity, because I got into a nice chat, and he taught me about decentralized exchanges and Monero cryptocurrency, and just sprinkled my brain onto a few facts and everything like that. So the HP ProBook, as weak as it was still better than the Mac. And that was a full Linux laptop I set up. And, I've been on Linux for 2 decades or so, more or less. But yeah, I fully went on the Linux, I want to say like 2006, 2007. And then I used the Mac because there was this weird period where Linux on laptops was not the most ideal thing, if that makes sense. Like, it was just a crapshoot compared to today. Yeah. So the honest truth is, I steer a lot of people away from getting a Mac. I know a lot of people are like, I'm going to buy my Mac and, you know, it's going to be great for school. No, I tell people all the time, go buy a Lenovo, like the TP or even X series, the ThinkPad specifically. Get yourself a 5-year premium warranty from there. That'll last you all through school. And then Lenovo will come out to your dorm to fix things if it needs to happen. And Fedora works well in those, better than Mac OS. Yeah, Fedora works pretty well, or any kind of Ubuntu. I'm more of a Debian guy, so I totally get that. And yeah, if you're wanting to work in IT and cybersecurity, Windows or Linux. Windows can at least run Windows subsystem for Linux, but don't get a Mac. You will kneecap yourself so damn hard. Because the thing is, I can guarantee if you bring a Windows computer to a computer class, you'll make it work. Nova's so good. I got Asus because of the better screen quality. The quality of... I wouldn't say it's better screen quality. It depends on the model you get. Will Lenovo come fix my life? No. No. You unfortunately, I use Macs, but I do love the X1 Carbon from Lenovo. I've loved the ThinkPad line since IBM bought them. Lenovo is a very solid company. The only thing that I complain about with them is, unfortunately, because they're technically a Chinese-owned company, if you are working with the United States government, you cannot use a Lenovo computer for your work officially. They do not allow it. At that point, Dell is a good company to use. They're pretty solid. And again, Dell business lines, not the consumer lines. That's the funny thing, is when a lot of Mac people complain about Windows computers, they're always complaining about computers that are cheap. Like, your MacBook costs $1,200, and most people are comparing it to a $300 or $400 Windows computer. Compare it to a ThinkPad of similar value. And then what blows their mind even more, I love doing this, where I tell people, where they're like, well, yeah, you know, my MacBook is like $1,200 and this ThinkPad is like about $1,200 too. And I'm like, that's the base model ThinkPad. Now, why don't you max it out? Like, here, we'll do it in front of all of you while we're waiting for this to die. Let's go to apple.com, and then let's go to lenovo.com. So are they scared, or does it actually pose a threat to the gov? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So there is legitimate concern about supply chain attacks. That's a legitimate reality of things. So with HP, Dell, and all of those vendors, they can actually send people on site for inspections. So there's a whole concept of FIPS compliance. FIPS is a whole other standard. So like the YubiKeys I love and use, there's an even higher standard called FIPS with those. But I don't need to buy them unless I'm in the federal government. So yeah, there is a legitimate concern of supply chain attacks, which is one of the things Purism talks about in their laptops too. Okay, so let's go to the Lenovo ThinkPad. Let's, all right, let's see. Do we have a custom version? All right, let's just get a 64 gig model. All right, so 64 gig models. You got them at all sorts of different price ranges here. So let's just pick, okay, we got a Ryzen over here, and you know what, screw it. We'll go balls to the walls on this, all right? ThinkPad P1 Gen 7, which also has the ability, I think this is the one with the NVIDIA GPU. Yep. So this is an NVIDIA RTX, these are the workstation laptops. Okay. So let's, just seeing what options we have. Let's go balls to the walls. Let's say we got a 4070, 32 gig. Okay, 64 gig. Here, let's sort this by, let's max it out. 64 gigs of memory. RTX 3000, ATA, those are the performance. Okay, here we are. Okay, so we got 4 terabyte NVMe SSD, 64 gigabytes of memory, an NVIDIA 4070, Windows 11 Pro, a Core Ultra 9, okay? That's what we're comparing to, all right? Let's go get a MacBook Pro. We'll go Pro, because you're going to be using it. You're going to want the fan, all right? From $1,599. How big of a screen did this have? 16-inch. Okay, so let's compare it to the 16-inch. So 36, 48. So I think we need to get the M4 Max. It's already more expensive. Okay, 36. All right, so let's select this. And we're just trying to get it comparable. 64 gigs. Now we got to add $200 more. 4 terabytes of space. Now we got to add extra $1,000. All right. This laptop right now, $51.99 to get all of that, right? And the same laptop. Oh God, did I lose track of it? Oh, here it is. $3,629. Now, you know what's even, we're going to add a little bit more insult to injury here for the Apple, all right? $3,629. Now, mind you, we're going balls to the walls. Let's give it a 5-year warranty. Even with the 5-year warranty where they come to you, work on the laptop on site, you don't have to ship it out. You're still saving $1,000 over this. And then, where's Apple Care? Is Apple Care an option? There we go. You want 3 years of coverage. They only give you 3. And mind you, you still got to go to the store or ship it into them. Lenovo will come to you. All right? So, 3-year warranty, and we've maxed it out. Does Apple still sell refurbished? Yes, they do. So, like, we're talking out the door, taxes, everything. Yeah. And with taxes, that's probably going to be about $4,500. And this has a 5-year warranty. And it's just as loaded. So, yeah. Apple's not worth the value of what a lot of people think it is. The honest truth is, so if y'all know my boyfriend, he has a, he was a Mac head when he met me. He literally would tell me that it was common that developers would literally like say, oh, you know, I'm working on this code over here, but all my, you know, memory and all that's being used for the call right now. In order to show you, I'd have to close one of the applications to do it. Mac people really let themselves suffer. It's ridiculous. They delude themselves into such myths. Like, you know that, what was it? What was the one I said? I've heard myths like, oh, Apple doesn't need more memory because of ARM. And I'm like, that's completely false. You're still going to need the same amount of memory. In fact, with ARM being a RISC CPU, you potentially need more memory because you now have to code the instructions that now aren't in a CISC CPU. Windows feel better for me. Maybe I'm too old for Apple. Do you know that Apple came before them, right? Like, as far as Windows as we know it, Apple was kind of one of the first ones to do the whole GUI thing. But even then, I use Linux. So, I have a P1 Gen 1 with Quadro P520 GPU. She's still running like a champ on Linux. Yeah. Those P-series Lenovo laptops are fucking beasts. I'm waiting for this laptop to die. It's still on 1%. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can open up system monitor, get some more information. Time to empty, 1 minute. You've been sitting at 1 minute for a minute. But yeah, Apple, a lot of people delude themselves, and their argument is often, well, you know, with the M series, my laptop can last all day. You know, my work laptop lasts most of a day. I can get it to run 4 or 5 hours. It may not be like the all day thing, but yeah. What's the best Homeland project to do? SIM or vulnerability scanner or malware sandbox for employees? Home lab is home lab, and it really just matters more about what is actually going to be more of an interest to you. Because once you know what interests you, you can use that to actually delve deeper into your career. I started my home labbing a lot with tinkering with Linux before Raspberry Pis and stuff were around. They're very useful. Y'all are spoiled today. And getting a pfSense firewall, and then learning networking through reading the documentation, managed switches, Wi-Fi access points they're managed, and all that stuff. And then eventually, once I got my pfSense box up, I got to rebuild my SIM, but I was feeding all the logs from pfSense using Telegraph into Prometheus, and then Grafana was having dashboards with it. There's a few plugins with it. Eventually, what I want to do is I want to try running everything through Datadog. Datadog is a nice SIM service, but also I eventually want to get CrowdStrike in my lab and play with their next generation SIM, but I probably don't have the money for that. But I like their SIM. We've been using it at work. Yeah. There's, bad further injury. We pay import tariffs on Apple here. Oof. Wait, is my TikTok not showing the chat? Oh, that'd be why. Xerox was the first with the GUI. Apple famously stole all those ideas. Yeah, that's true. The Palo Alto. That's why I didn't see the TikTok chat. The TikTok menu with it crashed, so I was like, I'm not seeing the TikTok people in here. I'm just seeing the Twitch people. Okay, got fixed. Have you run DeepSeek locally yet? Yes. I had a pretty viral video that showed how to run DeepSeek locally. I showed it both with LM Studio and Olama. In fact, I think I still have it pinned. I don't have my TikTok phone in front of me. Hold up. Yep. Right at the top of my TikTok is a pinned post about running DeepSeek AI using LM Studio. That's probably the easiest, most user-friendly way for a lot of people to use it, but I digress. You know, this laptop's still at 1%. Yeah, I think it needed to calibrate. I think that's part of the issue. Any advice for someone interested in learning more about tech? What in general? What tech in general were you looking at doing and learning? I mean, that's such a broad question you're asking. Because, I mean, if you're even just looking at professional like IT, you've not just got IT and cybersecurity. You've got, you know, system administration, network administration. You've got, you know, security operations, network operations. You've got the architecture side of things. You've got GRC. You've got, you know, there's, you know, so many different things in careers and all that in there. What cyber deck do you recommend to buy for beginning in cyber? Cyber deck? Do you mean like a little cyber deck like these? Or did you mean like... I'm a little confused. I'm a beginner, so I don't know. Tinker! That's my advice. Tinker! So, a cyber deck, honestly, if you're just starting out, there's many guides out there to make one with a Raspberry Pi. Don't get me wrong. This is a great little idea for a cyber deck myself. But I can tell you based on just what I'm doing right now and trying to figure out, I don't know if I would recommend this to a beginner. Once you're a little bit more comfortable with, like, using Linux, tinkering, and all of that, I would probably say, you know, look at this. This isn't at the level I would say Cubes OS and the Purism laptop is. So get a Raspberry Pi, or I could get a Hackberry Pi. Like, yeah, Raspberry Pis are always handy. I have several. I don't just have Raspberry Pis. I've got the Pine 64s. I've got the Odroids. I've got so many different single board computers out there. There's a lot of different options out there. Install Parrot OS, spend the first 3 days debugging all the errors to make it a solid daily driver. Learn an entire semester's worth of information for free. Yeah. Can it run a USB drive with Windows to go? What, this? No, this is running ARM. Yay, my laptop's officially reporting 0% battery. But somehow still is on! Yeah, I'm a junior in Bachelor's for Information Communication Technology. Yeah. I learned most of my... So I don't have a college degree. I just have 10 years of experience in IT and cybersecurity. I only just got my first certification as a CISSP a few months ago. Tinkering is going to get you further. Field experience is going to get you further. That's the honest truth. And some of the most qualified people in this field will tell you the same thing. Where can you get hired at this rate? I can't find anything. The honest truth is, most people that... How's it still on? Well, it needs to recalibrate, which is why I'm purposely discharging the battery right now. I'm trying to get it to purposely shut down. All right, let's see. Temperature of MNT pocket reform. So where can you get hired at this rate? Well, the honest truth is, a lot of times, as I tell people, if you're having issues getting callbacks, just callbacks. It's because your resume sucks. And most of the time, it's because people are not formatting it appropriately. Okay, so thermal throttling. Get CPU, temp, Linux. Can't remember how to do that. Okay, let's try this. If it doesn't shut down. Alright, so cat /sys class thermal zone with a wildcard. /temp. Yeah, this is running about 65, 66 degrees Celsius. A little bit warm. What WM do you have? What window manager? I'm using GNOME on the Pop! OS box, and then I'm using what what is this called? Wayfire on the little pocket reform that I'm running right now. Which it's still at 1%, but it's still on. So, MNT, pocket, reform. My eyesight is poor, mostly seen the terminal. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think it just needed to recalibrate the battery. Can you make a video on how to build Cyber Home Lab? Eventually, I'll have that on YouTube, which is why I got some of the equipment that I got, because I just couldn't do a lot of it properly with a cell phone. You can only do so much with the cell phone, and TikTok is not the best platform for a lot of the stuff I talk about. TikTok is more for people that don't have a lot of an attention span. Which, by the way, one of the things that pisses me off on like some of my YouTube videos is I've had a couple of people make comments like, is there any way to condense this lesson to 5 minutes? And I'm sitting there like, you are going to fail in this career if you can't watch a 15-minute video. And what I mean by that is, my meetings often are 30 minutes at least to talk about different issues. My training materials, I have spent 3 hours once a week for 10 weeks to pass my CISSP certification. But yeah, that's just my little rant. Out of the box, Pop! OS uses Mutter as the Windows manager and GNOME as the DE. Yeah. I'm kind of a lazy basic bitch. I love how clicky these laptops are. All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to get a new power bank or something. Okay. No. So the power bank I have will probably work. I keep my YouTube videos at 2.5x speed with fast forward through silence. LOL, my dopamine is fried. 15 minutes short. It's not until you could have watched Lord of the Rings that it even begins to be a long meeting. Modern generation attention span is awful. Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. Why do you think I crushed your video down in your comment? Oh yeah. Modern generation yeah, like I think TikTok has contributed so much to brain rot. I say this as a TikTok creator. Do you know how many times in TikTok people will make comments like, well, what about this? And I'm like, that was 30 seconds into the video. Well, what about that? That's 45 seconds into the video. Do you know how many times I have called out people in my comments? It's like, well, you obviously didn't watch the full video. It is funny. I actually purposely put Easter eggs and stuff in there to add information or do things to know who has watched the video. And I go to my comment section and it's like, yeah, I kind of figured that out from you. So, yeah. It's so weird the battery in this is still at 1%. Yeah, it was way off calibration. What's crazy is I can have a TikTok video pop up and I'll be thinking about the idea in my head and never looked at these videos and it's like it's reading my mind. Help with formatting output for a C program. I don't really do C. I at most do a little bit of Python here and there. I'm not really a coder. I'm a cybersecurity engineer. More on the blue team side of things. If anything, it's Python and Bash in most of my job. No problem. Sorry I couldn't help you. Do a Bill Nye ad and wait in a wakey sound every 15 minutes. Yeah, it'd be funny. But yeah, if you like, I do my best to condense my videos as best as possible. So like, one thing that pissed me off about like some content creators out there on YouTube is they is PowerShell helpful? Oh, absolutely. PowerShell is worthwhile to know. I just don't deal with it much because I'm a Linux guy. Thank you for follow 123. As a software dev RTFM, they often have tutorials in the manuals. Yeah. But the one thing that, irked me with a lot of content creators, like there's a news content creator out there, Midas Touch. You may have heard of them. They do okay, but they drag their videos out so fucking long, and often it's just repeating the same shit. Like, find a new damn trick pony to, use. That annoys me. Because, like, by a minute or two in, I'm like, okay, this is what it is, and I'm leaving. I try to condense my YouTube videos as much as possible. But, yeah. Navy vet here. Been out 2 years. I want to get an internship. Security clearance need to be renewed. You don't need it renewed. There isn't really a security clearance requirement for most jobs out there unless you're in government or government contractors. I've never needed security clearance my entire career. So, like, let me put it this way. If you want to go and get it renewed, it won't hurt you. But you don't necessarily need it. Got my Linux command cheat sheet steel mousepad in the mail today. Nice. Oh, sheet mousepad. Nice. Well, anyway, it is late at night. I got work tomorrow. So, I will see you all, what is it, Tuesday? I'll see you all on Thursday. We'll do some more tinkering and all that. Hopefully I'll have some more camera equipment. And then this weekend I can get all that together. And stick around for the raid if you're on Twitch. If you haven't already, make sure to join the Discord. Make sure to join the Matrix server if you haven't already. And also, follow me on all of my socials. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Mastodon. I'm on TikTok. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. Did I forget one? There's a lot of platforms out there. But thank you all for joining me. I will see you all on Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and beyond. I'm going to probably keep this laptop on all night for it to just completely drain because it's still at 1%. All right. Love y'all. Happy hacking. Stick around for the raid on Twitch.